Good morning to all the dignitaries, faculty members, staff, and dear students. On behalf of Amity University Greater Noida campus, I feel privileged to extend a very warm welcome to all present here. With immense pleasure, I welcome all the participants in today's virtually organized IEEE sponsored International Conference on Innovative Practices in Technology and Management. I, Avneet Kaur, professor in the Department of Management, feel enthusiastically to hold such an enthusiastic session with all this wonderful audience. This event will observe an august gathering of eminent personalities from researchers and students from across the globe. We could not meet in the prevailing conditions of the pandemic, but this will not stop us following the tradition of exchanging knowledge, innovation, and creating research environment for the next generation. We would also like to thank our conference chair, Dr. Naina Chaudhary, who has been a guiding light through which we deliver such amazing conferences. Our session chairs for the today are Dr. Alka Maurya, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Lavneen Gaur, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and Professor Milan Biswas, Bangladesh University of Business and Technology, Bangladesh. I would now like to request Professor Prateek Chaturvedi, Conference Secretary, to kindly introduce the session chairs. Over to you, Prateek, sir.
A very good morning to all the chairs, dignitaries, participants, and organizing team. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Lavleen Gaur, who is Program Director and Professor of Artificial Intelligence and Data Analytics, a senior IEEE member, and a series editor. She has served for more than 18 years in India and abroad in different capacities. She is currently involved in various projects of Government of India and abroad. She has been honored with prestigious national and international awards like Senior Women Educator and Scholar Award by National Foundation of Entrepreneurship Development on Women's Day, Shri Ram Award by Delhi Management Association, and Distinguished Research Award by Allied Academies at Jacksonville, Florida. Ma'am, it is our pleasure to have you as session chair in this conference. We also have esteemed Dr. Milan Biswas, who is an information technology graduate from Jahangirnagar University, Bangladesh. Dr. Biswas is a great researcher. He also serves Bangladesh University of Professional as an adjunct assistant professor. Dr. Biswas focuses on artificial intelligence, machine learning, health informatics, medical image processing, and data mining with applications. Dr. Biswas has been awarded the National Science and Technology Fellowship by ICT Ministry of People's Republic of Bangladesh for his research work during the graduate studies. Sir, thank you for joining us on this platform. Thus, we thank both our session chairs. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Prateek sir, for a very warm introduction. And I once again welcome all the participants, all special respected session chairs, and all the guests who have joined us for today's session. Without any delay, we would like to start with the paper presentation first. I would like to call upon the first paper for presentation. The paper ID is 009 and the paper title is Mishati, a Smart Vision System, and the paper presentations are Malintra, Pranjara, Ganpati. May I request you, ma'am, to please share your screen and unmute yourself.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we are able to see your screen.
Just a second. Good morning. My name is Prajna Ganapati Marikira, and today I will be presenting the work Mishati, a Smart Vision System. Introduction. Visual impairments curtail the day-to-day lives of a large section of the population. Just a second. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please continue.
Yes, okay. Visual impairments curtail the day-to-day lives of a large section of the population. They not only restrict the quality of one's life, but also have vast psychological impacts. These disabilities stem from damage or disease to the optical system and can occur anywhere along the visual pathway. The techniques that exist to treat these impairments involve complicated surgeries and require specialists to carry out these procedures. Furthermore, these methods do not fit the necessities of every patient.
Dr. Panida, sorry for the interruption. We will request all the presenters to open up the camera while presenting. Please.
I'm sorry?
Please open up your camera while presenting.
Okay.
Thank you.
As
Yes.
I was saying,
Yes, please go on. Thank you.
the techniques that exist to treat these impairments involve complicated surgeries and specialists to carry out these procedures. Furthermore, these methods are not fit for the necessities of every patient. Our proposed device comprises of computer vision modules that can enable individuals to discern text, objects, gestures, and scenes. The workflow. The working of our device can be broadly broken down into a few steps. First, the pi camera takes an image. The image is then passed through the object and text detection modules. If no content is detected, a message is relayed to the user to convey this. If an object is recognized to be human, the face and gesture detection modules are run. The outputs of all the modules are passed through the eSpeak text-speech module, and the user receives output as an audio signal. Block diagram. The proposed system consists of a Raspberry Pi 4 loaded with the train modules and a classifier. The Raspberry Pi camera serves as the input of the device, and a Bluetooth headset is used to relay the output of the user in the form of audio signals. It uses a 32 GB micro SD card for memory to store the modules and a power bank as its power source. The working of the text processing module involves utilizing the CTC loss function and decoder implemented on TensorFlow by using CNNs and RNNs. It has been trained on the IAM handwritten text recognition dataset and uses CTC loss function as an accuracy metric. The flowchart. Based on the mode of operation chosen, the following steps occur. First, the IAM HDR dataset is loaded. During training, accuracy values and error rates are calculated until the accuracy does not improve further. The validate mode first calls the model and is then checked for the highest level of accuracy. If the mode of operation specified is infer, then we call the model, the list of characters, and the decoder type specified. Next, the image that is in the model is segmented into lines. The images are checked for viable size and then passed to the infer function to determine the text present in each segmented image. This inferred output is saved to a text file and passed to the eSpeak text-to-speech converter. The OCR also comprises of a scene detector that works on the EasyOCR Python package that creates bounding boxes over arbitrarily shaped images and signposts. The output is as follows. We see the segmented image and the text discerned from the images that are stored in a text file. Similarly, we see the same for the text and scenes. Object detection. The algorithm employed for object detection is faster RCNNs. They consist of three parts: convolutional layers, a region proposal network, and a fully connected layer to predict classes and bounding boxes. This has been implemented using TensorFlow Object Detection API, employing the faster RCNN model trained on the Open Images V4 dataset and employing the pre-trained Inception Resonant V2 feature extractor. The metric used for assessing accuracy is the mean average precision metric. The code works by importing the necessary libraries, then loads the image from the path and resizes it in the run detector function. The 3-channel image is then converted to a flow 32 type tensor for the model. This is then passed through the model and predicts classes and the bounding boxes. These are sorted based on an accuracy threshold, and the chosen class labels are transferred to a text file where they are read out using the text-to-speech engine. Output. The input for the object detection module is taken through a real-time video feed, and the images are captured from this feed. The bounding boxes have the labels. The bounding boxes have the labels and accuracy score present over the image. These labels are printed to a text file that is then passed to the e-speak engine for the audio output via a Bluetooth headset. Gesture recognition. A custom model is created utilizing the CNN algorithm and machine learning model. The network consists of 7 hidden convolutional layers, which are responsible for detecting and extracting features from the image. At the end of this layer, a feature map is generated, which is the output of the convolution. The ReLU activation function is used, which provides a mapping between the response variables and the inputs. Finally, a fully connected layer is utilized. The image undergoes pre-processing. The region of the hand is segmented from the sequence. Background subtraction is implemented, and the images are contoured. The network resizes the image if necessary and is trained across 50 iterations with a batch size of 64. This model achieves an accuracy of 96.6 on the validation set, which is calculated using the MAP metric. The gesture output is as follows. We see the real-time video feed in which the gesture region has been segmented and the background subtraction is applied, and the gesture detected is present here, and the confidence score is displayed. Face recognition. The required libraries are first imported, the variables declared, and are stored in the necessary paths. Next, the MPCNN function is used to detect faces, and it returns facial landmarks of the images as a matrix. All the images are normalized and resized to the required size. Once the images are resized, the inception ResNet V2 integrated with the FaceNet function is applied. FaceNet is a deep neural network that extracts features from an image of a person's face. It provides an output of 128 encoded vectors, which represents the most important features of the face, which are then used for detection. The recognition is performed by using the cosine similarity, and the distance between the text image and the encodings of the image in the dataset is used to determine the accuracy. Finally, once the image is recognized, a text file is created and a face recognized name is saved in that file. An unknown face provides an output face that an output not found by the eSpeak module. The output is as follows. The individual being recognized is present here with their name, and the distance between the individual and the camera is present. In conclusion, individual with visual impairments face several challenges. Our proposed device enables them to tackle these impediments. The suggested system combines the function of the necessary modules, resulting in a multifunctional gadget for the visually impaired. The gadget is intended to be convenient and portable and can be used in one's day-to-day lives, thus aiming to improve the quality of one's life. Thank you.
Thank you, Prajna. Sorry, I actually joined a little late, so I missed that part of introduction where you must have introduced your topic. Okay, Milan, you were there. So, do you have any question?
I have joined in the middle of the session, so
okay. Prajna, just because I can see that you have created some model related of to CNN for visually impaired people. So just can you please just tell me, because lot many things I can see that face detection also, and you show some cars also, lot many things you have done. Only title I want to know, that what exactly you have done. Just
so the title of our work is called Mishati, a smart vision system. We gave it a name called Mishati. So Mishati is a Sanskrit word which means open your eyes. So the vision system basically comprises of a text recognition module, an object recognition module, face, and it recognizes gestures as well. So when you're recognizing these, we've used all the mentioned modules and algorithms to detect.
How many algorithms you have used?
We have used approximately 6-7 algorithms. So
and, which one performed best?
The one that performs best, I would say, is the gesture recognition module and the object detection module. The text recognition module requires a little more tuning. So for that, there are like different decoder methods which I can implement to improve it. So there's something called word beam search, where I'm using the CTC loss function. So the CTC, connection is temporal classification loss function and decoder. It basically maps outputs to the best possible output over an averaging queue. So using that, I can improve the accuracy of the text processing module. The text processing module, also like the optical character reader, also allows for detection in sceneries. So like if you have a billboard or something, it will be able to detect text there as well. So based on that, we have created those modules. The object recognition module is the primary module that is used for us to be able to implement the rest of them. Even the face recognition module it works extremely well, but we have to actually have a certain number of pictures of an individual for it to work. So I would say that needs a little more tuning. But
So what about this data set from where you have collected this data?
the data set for the text recognition module is the IAM HDR data set. It's this large data set of over 50 to 60 writers and their different handwritings. So that is what I use to train my model. For the object detection, it is the OpenImages V4 data set, and for face recognition and the gesture recognition, we have been giving an input. So for the gesture recognition, we have given around 6 to 7 inputs, and it recognizes those gestures as of now. We can train it on a larger data set after finding more modules. I mean, after finding a proper data set with enough values, because it takes a considerable amount of time to train. Similarly, with the face, we can do that, but then the face should be like specific to each individual and their personal contacts.
My last question, Prajna, why so much thing in one paper, like face recognition and then text recognition? So you could have split this into two. So what is the novelty and what exactly you wanted to do?
So the novelty of it is that we wanted to create a vision system that will allow individuals to be able to detect things in a multitude of areas. So someone with a visual impairment will be able to do this without, if you only give a text processing module, they'll only probably be able to sit in a class. But
I think so. Network has lost. So Avneet,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
are the okay. So we can move for
We
the
are
second
moving.
one.
I think she lost the connection in between. We are
Yeah.
moving forward for the next presentation.
Right.
All right. I would now like to call upon paper ID 074. Paper title is Region Based Detection of Ships from Remote Sensing Satellite Imaginary Using Deep Learning. I would like to call upon Anusha and Samita for the paper presentation, please. Please share your screen and unmute yourself, Anusha and Samita.
Samita just put it in presentation mode.
Yeah, I did that.
Okay. So pleasant morning all of you. I'm Anusha along with my teammate Samita, and we are here to present our paper Security Based Deep Learning Model to Detect Chips from Satellite Imagery. Samita, I can't see the next slide.
Okay, 1 minute. I'll stop the sharing and then we'll share it. Is that fine? Can you
Yeah,
see?
I know. Yeah. So, ship detection and satellite imagery is an important application in case of maritime security. So, its applications also can be seen in various other territories like sea pollution control, oil leakage detection, also other illegal fisheries. So, for this, we have to majorly categorize ships and we have to detect them. So, here we have used a deep learning approach for detecting ships, and pre-processing using image segmentation is done, which is followed by bounding box detection using YOLO V3, and we have done it on a cargo ship dataset, which consists of around 231,000 images. And after passing this training set to the model can detect the region of the ship, which also followed by the count of the number of ships in each image. So this is tested with other deep learning approaches as well, and highest accuracy is obtained for YOLO V3. And furthermore, the detected region and the count of ships in each of these images can be passed to a hash function, so which in turn increases the security of the model. So the main objectives are to analyze and reconnaissance required satellite imagery dataset, and to design a deep learning model for identifying ships in satellite images, and to implement the proposed deep learning model using YOLO V3, and we've also tested the performance of the model. So the scope of our paper is that it can only detect images in the form of RGB format. It cannot detect images in black and white format, and it may not accurately detect if the images are highly noisy. So here we have given some of the basic concepts that we've kept in mind before developing our model: the remote sensing, deep learning, security, image classification, and also object detection. So we've given little description of all of these terms. And coming to the requirements, we've used a Windows operating system and a Jupyter Notebook IDE, and the programming language we've used is Python. And there are several libraries that we've used, starting from NumPy, Pandas, OpenCV, Matplotlib, Seaborn, TQDM, Shuttle, and the hardware requirements are it requires a RAM of 16 GB and also hard disk space of 50 GB. So we have sourced our data set from Kaggle, and it is named as Satellite Ship Image Dataset.
So then coming to process diagram, the model works in a way where it takes the input training data, which is already predetermined from the data set. And then the next step is data pre-processing, where the duplicate images were removed based on the image ID of the image that is present in the dataset. And then we were defining a bounding box function using the predefined libraries which were mentioned by Anusha earlier. And then based on that, the normalization of the each image with a pixel encoded in it is done. And then for better understanding for the user, a visualization of ship count is done, like comparing with the other sets of data and then showing the graphs of each is done. And then we'll be checking the percentile boxes so that we the burden of the model can be removed, like the ones with less than 2 percentile of area can be removed. And at last, we'll be visualizing the bounding boxes as an output and then showing the number of ships that were present in a given satellite image. At last, the output image and the count of these boxes were shown to the end user. So coming to methodology, we can split the entire algorithm into three models. The first model was data pre-processing, where we'll be removing all the duplicate images using the predefined Python functions like group by image ID attribute and so on. And then the second important module is training the model. For this, we had developed our model based on many other algorithms, but at last we thought that YOLO V3 was giving the better accuracy and the better performance. So, as a part of it, the first step would be like defining a function which is used to encode the bounding boxes. And then normalizing each encoded pixel to find the exact area of the bounding boxes. As a part of it, in YOLO V3, there were three layers. In layer 13 by 13, it can detect larger objects and so on for smaller and medium objects too. Then we'll be dropping the other encoded pixels which were not useful for the detection. And then we'll be plotting the distribution, and then we'll be removing based on the percentile of the ships that were detected in previous stage. And then we'll be finding the distribution of number of ships, and then finally visualizing the bounding boxes. So the third module consists of testing the model. We are using the performance testing using only 30% of the data set that was sourced among and then the 53 layers were started with more 53 layers which will give additional strength to the YOLO V3, like summing up to a 106 layers. So detection was done at three different layers like 82, 96 and 106. So this was the algorithm. In the step one, we'll be reading the data set where we had the total number of images, which was shown in the slide. And then in the step two, we'll be finding the unique images using group by aggregate function. And then in step three, we'll be defining the encoded boxes using reshaping and visualization. And in the step four, we'll be plotting the bounding boxes areas. And in the step five, we'll be removing those boxes which were less than 1 percentile and the area was less than 2 pixels. And in the step six, we'll be finding the distribution of number of ships. And at last, we'll be detect the area and we'll show the number of ships on the screen. So for this life cycle model, we had chosen agile so that whenever we want to do any modification in the entire process, it can be in maintenance or testing, we can easily convert it into. So this was the life cycle model for our given model. And this was the sequence diagram where classes and their functions were mentioned very clearly. And this was the use case diagram. And this was an activity diagram, like it follows as the same methodology that I had mentioned in the previous slides. So before doing that, we had researched many other papers like which had the same idea or some part of it. So I'll be skipping this due to the time concern. So this was the output that I was mentioning, where it shows the detection of ship, like with a red box, and then on the top of it, it shows like number of ships that were present in the given satellite image. So performance, we had tested on three different models here, and then based on all the models, only the one which YOLO V3 was doing gives the better accuracy, better recall values. So, going to future scope, we were thinking to enhance this model, like to append another module, security, using SHA-256 encryption algorithm. So, the parameters will be ship count and bounding box area. So, after that, a hash will be generated, which can be passed to the end user, so that no cheating is done between the transmission channel. So, this security feature enables the model to get higher integrity. So these were some of the references. And thank you.
Good presentation, Anusha, and who is Shashmita. Okay, fine. Anusha, and you, I just wanted to ask one question, that you have said that YOLO has performed better and you have performed 3 deep learning algorithms. How you selected that you were going to apply only these 3 algorithms? And nowhere you mentioned that how much accuracy you have achieved. So nowhere you have mentioned the name of these algorithms which you have chosen, how you selected it, and then where is the accuracy? How much better performance they have shown? So no comparison I can see from your previous literature.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we had done everything in that paper. In what we published, we had given the values of each and everything.
But that is required over here also.
It's okay. Okay, we thought that okay. So the 3 different models were RCNN, K-means, and then YOLO V3.
But how you selected?
Based on the literature survey, we thought that like with less number of limitations, we had seen that these were majorly used for these object detection purposes.
Okay, so how much accuracy you people have achieved?
So
as compared to other state of art?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be showing it to you.
And you can just tell me how much, percentage wise.
The accuracy was 96.4% for this proposed method using YOLO V3.
96.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One more thing which I wanted to, that is only suggestion. I don't want to ask. I just wanted to tell you that you were saying that you have split your data into 70-30, which I can see. But the normal procedure is 80-20. So please, and then after 80-20, it should be test model 10% and 10% should be your validation, which you have faced. So if you really want to improve your paper, do all these things. Fine. Milan, if you want to say something.
I have only one question. That is, there are several versions of YOLO algorithms. I think the latest one is YOLO version 5. So why do you select the YOLO version 3, except 4 or 5?
Basically, this while we were developing it, we were like completely, we don't have complete knowledge of V4 and V5. So we thought of doing it in the best possible way that we had of. So we choose V3. But based on all your suggestions, we'll definitely go through these other modules also.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anusha and Samitha, for your paper presentation. I would also like to inform this house that we have been joined by dignitaries, Professor Bhavna ma'am and Dr. Naina Chaudhary. I would now like to request Dr. Naina Chaudhary, a conference chair, to please present some opening remarks. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm so sorry for joining late. I'm extremely grateful. It gives me a lot of pride and pleasure to share the platform with such eminent speakers and researchers like Professor Lavleen Gaur and Milan Viswas and Dr. Tripathi. Researchers like you are the source of inspiration for all, and I'm extremely grateful to you for joining. And I hope to look forward towards a very enriching session Thank you, Dr. Liv. Thank you, Dr. Liv. Thank you, Dr. Tripathi.
Thank you so much, Nana.
All the best.
Thank you, ma'am, for your opening remarks. Moving further to the next paper presentation, we have paper ID 009, and the paper title is Analysis and Prediction of Culinary Trends of Males from Rural and Urban India Post the Work from Home Culture, with the proposal of a recipe recommendation system. I would like to call upon Harshi for the paper presentation, please. Harshi, I request you to share your screen.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, Harshi, we can see your screen.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, respected chairs. I am Harshi Pitroda, a second year BTech student from NMIMS Mumbai, and today I will present my research, Analysis and Prediction of Culinary Trends of Males from Rural and Urban India post the work from home culture, with the proposal of a recipe recommendation system. The paper ID is 99, and I am the solo author of this paper. Starting with a brief introduction, prior to COVID-19, men used to cook for a variety of reasons, such as survival, some dire circumstances, or out of personal interest. But ever since the COVID-19 pandemic hit us, it had put India under extended lockdowns, resulting to more time being spent at home. But the positive outcome of these pandemic-induced lockdowns were it made men realize their own culinary potentials and strengthen their cooking skills. Hence, the aim and objectives of this research were to analyze based on a range of factors as to how the cooking trends of males differed before lockdown, during lockdown, and post the work from home culture, while also taking into consideration the urban and rural India. Further, the aim was also to build a prediction model which would predict if males would continue to cook post the work from home or online education phase. I also aimed at analyzing the reviews of the male respondents to gauge an insight into the emotions about their experiences of cooking during lockdowns. And as a practical outcome of this research study, I built a recipe recommendation system. This slide displays a few of the research related work. Other related works have been described in detail in the paper, but the general and overall findings were that due to the COVID scenario, individuals were eating less from outside, and some individuals had gained weight. But prior to the COVID scenario, the trend was that women used to cook much more frequently than men. Stating about the data collection and the data set used. So for the data collection for the building the prediction model, I had shared a Google form which was filled by 250 male respondents. Reviews about their experience of cooking during lockdown were also collected for performing sentiment analysis. Now, for building the recipe recommendation system, a dataset that contained more than 6,000 recipes were utilized. This dataset was published on Mendeley data. This slide displays the methodology. So the methodology for building the prediction model was, I started with some basic exploratory data analysis tasks, encoded the categorical features, performed binary classification with the enlisted algorithms, and utilized repeated stratified k-fold technique for evaluating the model. The purpose for using this was that each fold will have the same percentage of the sample of the target attribute as compared to the entire data set. Now, the methodology for performing the sentiment analysis was as follows. The data set which contained all the reviews were collected, pre-processing steps were utilized, tokenization, lemmatization was done, and the unsupervised lexicon-based model, WADE, was utilized. After that, it would perform the classification of the reviews as either positive, negative, or neutral. The methodology adopted for building the recipe recommendation system was loading the data set, combining the metadata, that is of ingredients, cuisine, course, and diet, then converting the data into word vectors, calculating the similarity scores using cosine similarity, then getting the recommendations and deploying this entire system in the form of a web application such that it can be seamlessly used by the user. This slide represents a few of the analysis. From figure 1, we can see that there were a higher number of males from both rural and urban regions who were interested in cooking. From figure 2, we can see that there were a higher number of males from the rural region who used to cook before lockdown, but there were a higher number of males from the urban region who did not cook before lockdown. From figure 3, we can see that there were a higher number of males from both rural and urban regions who cooked during lockdown. Figure 4 shows that 61.9% of males would wish to continue to cook after the work from home or online phase ends. Figure 5 shows the word cloud which was generated after collecting the reviews. There were more positive words which indicated and conveyed that men enjoyed their experience of cooking during lockdowns. Figure 6 shows the count of the positive, neutral, and negative tweets in the bar chart representation. This slide now shows the analysis which motivated me for building the recipe recommendation system as a practical outcome of this study. So over the figures 1, 2, and 3, we can see that initially, so before lockdown, there were a lower frequency of people from males from both rural and urban regions who tried new recipes. But during lockdown and post the work from home phase end, there were more males who tried new recipes or wished to try new recipes. So I have built this system which will help sustain this trend. On the other hand, if we see in figure 4, 5, and 6, these graphs are specifically for the rural areas. So here we can see that rural youth before lockdown, during lockdown, and post the work from home culture ends, they are more intended and have been doing traditional cooking. Yet there are still a few males who are interested in trying new recipes. So by using the proposed system, it will help promote these new recipes so that they can build new recipes, and it will be used to bridge the gap between the rural and the urban counterparts. So now I will present a video demonstration of the recipe recommendation system. So this is the user interface of the system. The user will type in a recipe which they have made. So they can either type it or they can check it out through the list which is provided. They can further get better results by typing more keywords, and they can choose the recipe which they have made. Once hitting on recommend, the website will be updating and the top 10 recipe recommendations will be displayed to them. Alongside each recipe, there is also a URL. So on clicking the URL, the user will be redirected to the original website of the recipe. So that was the demonstration. I will now show the observations that were made for the model performance along with their accuracies. For the model which predicts if males would continue to work post the work from home culture or the online education phase ends. So there were different algorithms like KNN, logic regression, decision tree, random forest, gradient booster, linear kernel SVM, and sampling classifier, which were utilized. And random forest gave me the highest accuracies of around 93.845%. So coming to the conclusion, it was seen that males did not just have pure delight and relaxation from engaging in culinary activities, but they also discovered their own potentials and the culinary skills. This proposed recommendation system will enhance culinary skills, promote multicultural food practices, and also help the rural to bridge the gap and connect with diverse cultures by cooking. So to summarize, I have developed a model, performed sentiment analysis, analyzed the data, and as a practical outcome of the study, developed a recipe recommendation system. Thank you.
Absolute delight to see such nice presentation, Harshi. And I can see Prateek and Milan also, that definitely I'm very sure they must have also shown some culinary skills during lockdown. Hai na? Milan and Prateek sir, absolutely.
Yes, definitely. I appreciate the effort invested in the paper.
Yes,
and the beautifully the slide has been made.
You are just, you said you are BTech second year student?
Second year, yes, ma'am.
And alone, this is the, only, this is not done by anybody else. This is something which you have prepared yourself. So, hearty congratulations. Whatever you have done, very best with the good presentation skills. So I'm
Thank you.
definitely not going to ask you any questions. Just I'm encouraging you that whatever you have
Thank
done,
you.
you can make it much better. And Milan,
Yes,
if
ma'am.
you have anything to say, some encouraging words for a girl.
Dr. Kaur, you will also appreciate that how these algorithms are swimming into interdisciplinary areas.
This is what it is, because until these algorithms are not being implemented in some applications and not utilized. So she has done management aspects also. She has covered management as well as all these are machine learning algorithms. So best part is that she has not left anything in her paper. She has covered
And
everything. Not a good research scholar can do this,
and at
she
the
has done.
age she is, and she is a budding researcher
Absolutely,
only.
yes.
It is
Very,
really
very good,
appreciable.
Harshi. You have
Thank
that
you,
kind of
ma'am.
knack and skills to be
Thank
a
you.
good researcher.
Thank you so much for your words, ma'am. It will really motivate me for further research.
Thank you so much, Hershey, for your paper presentation. And thank you so much, Dr. Gaur, for presenting such enthusiastic words to the presenters. We would also like to inform the House that we are delighted to be joined by a special address. We are joined by Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, Director General, National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology. Before joining National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, sir, was working as a professor with Delhi Technological University, New Delhi. In DTU, he also worked as a director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, and coordinator for Intellectual Property Rights Cell. He started his career as a research scientist with the Institute of Plasma Research, Gandhinagar, in 1994 and worked for 5 years on many research and developmental projects. In the year 1999, he joined the Center for Electronic Design and Technology of India, Gorakhpur, as a senior design engineer and worked for 10 years on various design and developmental projects in the area of information, electronics, and communication technology. From 2009 to 12, he was the joint director at National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology headquarters, where he worked on various projects such as digitalization, biometric capture of usual residents of India, development of manpower in IECT skills, ICT based skill testing, and certification. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I request you to please present some opening remarks to the audience. Due to some technical error, we are not able to connect with him right now. We will be hearing from him shortly. We are moving further for paper presentations now, and I would like to call upon the next paper presentation. Sentimental analysis approach to understand public relations towards reopening of school, colleges, and universities in India. Paper ID is 080 and the paper presentation is Hershey. Hershey, this is your second paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, all right. Over to you, Hershey.
Thank you,
You
ma'am.
can share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, give me a minute to start the presentation.
Yes, Hershey.
I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, we are able to see your screen and you're audible as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, respected chairs. I will now present my second research, sentimental analysis approach to understanding public reactions toward the reopening of schools and colleges or universities in India. The paper ID is 80, and I am the solo author for this paper. Starting with a brief introduction to the topic. So, as the coronavirus pandemic had hit us, lockdown was a countermeasure introduced in the month of March 2020 in India. And as a result of this lockdown, schools and colleges were physically shut down and everything had shifted to the e learning method. Moving on to the month of October 2020, some states had partially reopened schools, but an increase in the caseload led to the physical shutdown of schools. Again, in the month of February 2021, some states had opted to reopen schools with enhanced precautionary measures this time, but had to close the schools due to increased cases. Hence, in my paper, I have collected the tweets for a 16-day period in the month of December 2021 to perform sentimental analysis on these tweets. The main aim and objectives for doing so are to give an insight into the public opinion for reopening schools and colleges in India, which is of utmost priority to many stakeholders. There are some key concerns which needed to be addressed, such as what is the appropriate time period for reopening? Should it be reopened for everyone or only in selected batches? How should the health and safety precautions be monitored? Should colleges only be reopened for practical sessions or for theory sessions too? And if colleges are reopening, then should hostel facilities be provided to the students who are joining in from other states and countries? This slide now represents a few of the literature review or related work. The paper contains the others as well. But the overall general findings were that there were some disadvantages of holding online sessions, such as lack of facilities, infrastructure, technology tools, internet connectivity problems. And both the learners group and the teachers, instructors predominantly preferred and were in favor of regular offline lectures. This slide now displays the data collection process. Tweets were extracted from the Twitter social media platform utilizing the Python's tweety package. The tweets were extracted for a period of 8th December 2021 to 23rd December 2021. A total of 2,494 tweets were extracted using 9 different keywords. And after pre-processing, 1,510 tweets remained. This slide now demonstrates the methodology adopted for performing the sentiment analysis. So the tweets were collected based on 9 different keywords. Duplicate tweets were dropped. Text pre-processing in the form of removing unwanted characters or URLs, punctuations, new lines. Then stop words were removed. Tokenization, lemmatization, and POS tagging was performed. Then 2 unsupervised lexicon-based approaches, Wadeer lexicon and Senti-WordNet lexicon were utilized. The sentiment scores were obtained and classification was performed, which would classify the tweets into positive, neutral, and negative. Visualizations in the form of multiple bar charts, pie charts, histogram, and word clouds were created. This slide now demonstrates the visualizations for reopening schools in India. So through figure 1 and 2, we can notice figure 1 and 2 display the results through both the Wadeer and the Senti-WordNet approach. And we can notice that there is a higher number of positive tweets, which is outnumbering both the neutral and the negative tweets. Figure 3 shows a bar chart of the top words along with their frequencies. So there were words like class, reopen, offline, want, which indicated that schools should be reopened in India. But there were even words like vaccine, Omicron, which indicated that there was some concern relating to reopening schools in India. This slide will now demonstrate the visualizations through both the approaches Wadeer and the Senti-WordNet. The first column shows the date-wise visualizations, which displays the daily count of positive, negative, and neutral tweets. The second column displays the positive word cloud through both the approaches. These word clouds conveyed that people, Twitter users were wanting that schools should reopen in India, pertaining to if some proper precautionary measures were taken into consideration. The third column displays the negative word cloud. The results from negative word cloud conveyed that there were some segments of citizens in India who were still worried and concerned relating to the reopening of schools in India because there was this new Omicron variant emerging, and B, because the children were still not yet vaccinated. So moving on to the visualizations for reopening colleges in India. So the figure 1 and 2 shows the results through both the Vadir and the Senti WordNet lexicon approach. So the figure 1 shows the count and the figure 2 shows the percentage. It again shows us that there were a higher number of positive tweets, outnumbering both the neutral and the negative tweets. Figure 3 is the bar chart of the biograms along with their frequencies. So biograms like offline class, university want, classes reopened, physical mode, proper offline. These indicated that youngsters and collegiates were strongly wanting to go to colleges in an offline mode. This slide here represents the visualizations through both the Vadir and the Senti WordNet lexicon approach. The first column is again the date-wise visualizations with the daily count of positive, negative, and neutral tweets. The second column is the positive word cloud. From the positive word cloud, the results conveyed that youngsters wanted the colleges and universities to be reopened. The third column shows the negative word cloud. So the results from the negative word cloud indicated that for those students whose colleges and universities were yet not reopened, they were strongly indicating and wanting their universities to be reopened as soon as it would be possible. So coming to the conclusion, practical implication and future work of this study. So the findings from both of these data sets showed us that positive sentiments outnumbered the negative and the neutral sentiments. Twitter users' emotion ranged from concerns to willingness for reopening schools and colleges or universities in India. The findings of this study indicated that a lot of Twitter users were pointing and pushing for a physical mode of education, and some had also shown their willingness and readiness to go to schools or colleges and universities, even if they were conducted in hybrid mode or in phases. This slide shows the future work. So this research can serve as a great assistance and a baseline for the proposal and the creation of a comprehensive dashboard with some state-wise segregation and resources such that schools and colleges can be safely reopened, and this study can be expanded to incorporate public opinions from a variety of sources such as other social networking sites, blogs, and articles. Thank you.
Harshi, another good topic and very, very, buzz area which you have targeted. Only thing in this particular paper, I really want to give you suggestions to improve your
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So, this word clouds and these small charts are, nowadays not very catchy. We could have enhanced these visualization by integrating it with the Power BI. So, how you can enhance your paper? Just add on good visualizations, right? Apart from that, rather than sentiment analysis, yes, you have done. Rather than, I will say that you have not done the sentiment analysis. Actually, you have done the polarity analysis. Because positive, negative, and only word cloud you are talking about. When we are talking about sentiment analysis, then there should be something, grief, sadness, or happiness, or something. So that kind of things should come, which is not there, which you can add into it. Apart from that, you should do topic modeling and social network analysis. I would suggest you by doing these, you can enhance your paper. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for the suggestions. I will surely incorporate those in the further research.
I'd like to add one thing. If you can, please look for word to vector algorithm for NLP. It will help you to predict and work more accurately than this one. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harshi, and thank you so much, session chairs, for your valuable comments. Moving further now, I would like to call upon paper ID 304, And the paper title is A Novel Genetic Algorithm Based Encryption Technique for Securing Data on Fog Network Using DNA Cryptography. I would like to call upon Disha Garg for paper presentation. Disha, please
Hello.
share your screen.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, your screen is visible and you're audible. Please open up your camera also, Disha.
Oh, yeah, sure. Just a second. Yes, sir. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. The paper title is A Novel Genetic Algorithm Based Encryption Technique for Securing Data on Fog Network Using DNA Cryptography. My paper ID is 304. So starting with the paper motivation, that what motivated me to do this research is that the data which is generated by majority of the IoT applications such as self-driving cars or healthcare applications, the data generated is enormous. So we usually store it in a cloud network, which is a wise decision because it gives us many benefits. But due to the modernistic applications which I just mentioned, such as self-driving cars or healthcare devices, they need less latency and minimal response time because they need to give the faster response to the end users. So to compete with this challenge, fog computing came into existence, where the actual analysis of the data is done near to the edge nodes or at the edge devices such as mobile phones or smartphones or laptops, rather than at the cloud, which is a centralized network. So since the analysis is done at the edge devices, security is of utmost concern. And to mitigate the security concerns, encryption is one of the most effective techniques. Now, many encryption techniques are there in the market, but all of them suffer from one or more disadvantages. Like in the paper literature review we have done, the RSA technique, which is one of the most oldest technique, suffers from the brute force attacks. DES technique suffers from the key search attacks, and many other techniques suffer from one or the other security attacks. And even if they are effective against security attacks, they are slow in terms of processing times. So therefore,
Dr. Dr. Gar, we will request you to put the slides on slideshow mode.
Sorry, sir, just a second. It is on the slideshow. Just a second, I will do it again.
Yes, the slideshow screen must be shared.
Can you see it now?
Now also it is the basic file it is showing, but not the slideshow one.
Actually, it is in the slide mode in my system.
No. It is in slide mode, but please start the slideshow from the slideshow section in full screen.
Yeah, it is.
Press F5.
While
Press
sharing,
F5, Diksha.
press
F5.
while sharing, it will show two modes. One will be the normal file, and other will be the slideshow one. We want the slideshow.
Okay, fine. Okay, is it visible now?
Yes, now it is.
Yes. Now it is perfect.
Please.
Sorry. So yeah, that is what I was saying, that the encryption techniques suffers from one or more disadvantages. So we came with the DNA encryption technique, which works in two phases. So So we came with a proposed methodology which works in two phases. This is the phase one of the proposed methodology, which is inspired from the Claude Shannon's theory of confusion and diffusion, which states that the relationship between the ciphertext and the key which is encrypting that text should be as complicated as possible. So to make that as complicated as possible, we made use of logical operators, and the majorly used logical operator is the XOR gate and the OR gates. So these two gates are used. So what we did is we took a plain text, which is called the binary message, and the key is taken from the DNA population, and any key, any combination of the DNA population can be taken out. As you know, DNA consists of 4 bases, ATGC. So we have taken a combination such as ATGC as a key. Now, both the binary message as well as the key are divided into equal parts, and each part is logged with the key using the XOR operation individually. As you can see in the screen, MA, which is one part of the message, is XORed with KA of the key. Similarly, MB is XORed with KB, and similarly. Now, the subparts of the message are combined together and then logged with another key. Now, KAB is made further complicated by XORing the KA and KB and finally adding the KA. This is done just for the for protecting the key in such a manner that the attacker, even if it gets to the ciphertext, it is not able, he or she is not able to decipher it because the key is made so complicated. So this is the phase one of the proposed methodology, which makes use of the logical operators using DNA key. This is the phase two of the proposed methodology, that is the sub message that we achieved in the phase one is made further complicated by using the principles of genetic algorithm. So two main principles, which are crossover and mutation, are applied here. How crossover is applied here, you can see in the figure 2. That means there are two, we have separated the message obtained in phase 1 in 2 parts, and then on a single crossover points, mainly the midpoint of the ciphertext is selected as a crossover point, and after applying the crossover, we are getting 2 different offsprings. So the entire sub-message in phase 1 is now changed to another offspring in phase 2. Now, after applying the crossover, we are applying mutation stage, in which the DNA bases which are complementary to each other, which are AT and CG, which are complementary to each other, are replaced. For example, A is replaced with T and C is replaced with G to further complicate the ciphertext. So this is how the encryption is done using the 2 phases. This is the algorithm which I just explained, and this is the stepwise process of phase 1 and phase 2. And just to explain clearly, we also included an example in our paper by taking a small string, a plain text of YMCA Faridabad, and this is the steps which are done. That the plain text is first converted into the ASCII code. The ASCII code is further converted into the binary by going through the hexadecimal format. And like I said, the random key from the DNA population selected is ATGC, and then we divided the message as well as the key in the 4 equal parts of 16 bits each, and then after performing the XOR operations between each corresponding message and the key, we finally got a final key and the encrypted message. This is the phase 1, and after converting the message in the form of DNA bases, we got this string, and crossover and mutations are applied to finally obtain the DNA encrypted message, and this is now stored in the fog nodes. This is the simulation of the encryption and decryption, and according to the size.
Sorry for the interruption. I would appreciate if you can just conclude your paper.
Oh, okay, sorry. So this is the simulation. This is the results and analysis on the basis of the plain text that we have given in terms of KB, 2, 5, 10, 30, and 50. These are the encryption and decryption times. And when we compared our technique with the existing ones like AES, DES, DJ8, Blowfish, because this is the literature review that we have done earlier, the processing time that our technique was lesser than the other ones. So this is the graphical comparison, and therefore, we can conclude that the processing time required for encryption and decryption using our technique is slightly improved than the earlier ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Disha. I just wanted to ask that only one parameter, that is processing time, you have taken into consideration. There must be other parameters by which you can actually show that how your algorithm is performing much better.
Yes, ma'am. As of
Even if, Disha, only one,
yeah.
even the encryption that you have taken, the code is hardly 2 words. So maybe it
Okay.
depends on the length of the words that you are using for encryption or decryption.
Yes, ma'am. That is why I have shown in terms of plain text KB that how much KB of plain text we are taking into consideration, and similarly, correspondingly, we are measuring it with the other techniques. But yes, only as of now, we are taking the encryption time and decryption time in average processing time. Yes. Yeah.
So for the just if you want to enhance, then you
Yes.
may also show other parameters in the comparative study, that how you have done much better job as compared to others, right? Okay,
Sure,
thank you
ma'am.
so much.
So thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Disha.
We are also joined by Professor Dr. Usha Chauhan from Galgotia University. She is a great researcher and inspiration in the field of image processing. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Moving on to the next presentation, I would like to call upon for the paper ID 177. Paper title is Paint Writing Application through Webcam using Media Pipe and OpenCV. I would like to call upon Shaurya Gulati for paper presentation, please.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, Shaurya, and please open up your camera.
Sure, ma'am. Am I visual, ma'am?
Yes, over to you, Shaurya.
Sure, ma'am. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Shaurya Gulati, and I'm presenting the paper that is Paint or Writing Application through Webcam using the technologies MediaPipe and OpenCV. So, to be honest, this project was made by me and my friends for just fun, and I don't know how it came out to this step. But this project makes a speciality of growing a motion to textual content converter, and can potentially serve as a software for clever wearable gadgets for writing in thin air in the upcoming times or in the near future. The application that we made is a simple to use writing or printing application over the screen through our fingers. That is, you don't need to carry any special pen or highlighter, or some special type of stylus with some nib, light emitting nib, so that the motion can be registered in the webcam, and there is no lag. For hand detection, we have used MediaPipe hands, and for those who don't know MediaPipe, it offers cross-platform customizable ML solutions for live and streaming media. So at first we were trying to use RCNN, but there was kind of a lag, and and we discovered MediaPipe. So we didn't want to go to we didn't want to customize and go like compromise in a compromising situation. So we just used that retrained ML model specifically built for hands and its tracking. We through minor tweaks, we made it track the index finger as the marker or eraser, whatever the user has chosen, and when the user showed 2 fingers, he or she can choose between the colors that we have provided, choice between 3 colors. And when the user showed like 4 or 5 fingers, the whole screen will be cleared or erased out. So so I came to the point. So how does it work? So by using MediaPipe hands, we start tracking coordinates of each and every entry point through the center of contour that touches the screen along with its color. We store these sets of points of different colors in different DQs. When the center of contour touches one of the colored points, we store the points in the respective color DQ, and when all the points in the color DQ are joined, we join them using the line of their own color. Once we join all the points and in each and every frame with a line and put it on the windows or the screen or the webcam that we are using, it works perfectly as as a paint or writing application. the output comes out like this. I'd like to also show a video. So it comes out like this. It was just a basic thing that we were trying to do, but we were able to see that there were no tweaks, or there was no particular lag that we were seeing in other algorithms. So we just didn't even try to other algorithms because this was like our best choice. So coming to future endeavors, for future endeavors of this project, I think we can have a better UI and UX with more functionalities, like we can have we can have an increase of brush size, and we can have more colors and more gestures. Basically, it can be integrated with virtual reality or augmented reality as well, since these are the topics that I'm like exploring these days. So I'm thinking of integrated somehow. And with the upcoming algorithms, like the YOLO version 5 came last year, and the YOLO version 6 that will be coming in the upcoming time somehow. And I think fast YOLO will can also be used, because it's just crazy fast, like 155 frames per second for recognition. And I think it will create a huge impact in, and it will just degrade the lag that we face, a little bit lag of like 15 to 20 milliseconds. And that is all in the project. And I think it has a lot of things to, and it can have a lot of improvements as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaurya. Shaurya, first of all, your introduction was only, I am Shaurya. So I really don't know, are you a student or you a researcher? So how to talk to you? So can you just introduce yourself?
So, I'm Shaurya Gulati, and I'm from Chandigarh University. And
which course?
I'm studying in computer science, and I have a specialization in artificial.
Bachelor's, master's, Shaurya?
Bachelor's.
Okay, great.
Actually,
so now as a student, I can suggest you, na?
Yeah. But actually, the time was so short in the
It's okay. It's okay.
It was like
Relax,
4
relax.
minutes, so I just picked it up.
Fine. You have done a wonderful job. Shaurya, just a few things which I wanted to ask you. You have not shown any application where you will going to apply this technique. So why we are creating such kind of application? What is the utilization? What is the application of this?
The thing is that the application can be used like for basically this was made as a fun project. And we use this for the, like, when we are giving presentations and we need to highlight or we need to write over the presentations, and the teachers weren't able to write over with the mouse or keypad, or just like the trackpad. So they can use their fingers and the gestures so that they can write over the presentations. And rather than giving with the laser pointer or anything, we can use gestures and underline the things. And there can be many more uses, like we can use it with the with the people who aren't able to hear or something. We can just write over this, and we can integrate with augmented reality for that. So there are some uses here and there, but it is like an initial phase for me.
Yeah, that is what I was saying, that you can have a clear idea that how you can, like you only said that one application is for educators, right? Definitely, you must have realized this when we all were teaching in our work from home, and you have realized that teachers can use this also. So definitely, this is a good technique for us also. So you are also teaching us, and we are welcoming your research in that case. But you can just improve it by showing that how, and the technical part was totally missing. So I was just waiting that now technical things will come, how you have done it. And that was again, a miss. So next time when you are giving a presentation, don't worry about the time. You just show everything so that we can read it out. Right, Shaurya?
Actually, yesterday, I was just, when I was making the presentation, I was so figuratively out, like how can I can fit all those things in 4 minutes.
But very good job, Shaurya.
Thank you.
Milan?
No, ma'am, I don't have any questions. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you
we
so
can
much,
move on to
Shaurya.
next presentation.
Moving on to the next presentation, the paper ID is 309 and the paper title is Wideband CPW Fed Square Ring Slot Antenna for ISB band applications. And the paper presenter would be Muskan Singh.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Muskan Singh, and I am pursuing Electronics and Communication Engineering from Noida Institute of Engineering and Technology. So just give me a second to share my screen. Okay, so today I'm here to present a wideband CPW PET square ring slot antenna for application of ISM band in the 6th International Conference Association with IEEE Conference. So these are my co-authors, Mr. Vijay Kumar Pandey, Shilpi Patil, Shubham Shukla, Vaibhav Singh, and Vaishali Singh. Okay. So antenna is a device that can transform radio frequency waves into alternating current, and it can be used for various applications. So one such application is to use antenna for ISM band range application. And in that, we can make use of antenna for biomedical application. So in which antenna is set up over the muscle layer to form communication between between medical devices and external equipment outside the body. So the objective of the antenna is to design an antenna of a very small size so that it can cover the ISM band range. So here we have designed a CPW fed slot antenna. These are some of the literature surveys which we have done for the paper. Now comes the proposed antenna. So the proposed antenna has a dimension of 10 cross 10 cross 0.2 millimeter cube, which consists of a dual square ring slot in one plane and simulated using captain polyamide as a substrate, which has a dielectric constant of 2.91. Now the feeding technique used in this antenna is a coplanar waveguide feed with 50 ohm impedance matching. And it is employed with ground plane spacing, which is represented by S, and the trace width, which is represented by W. Here D is the spacing between the rings, which is of 0.5 mm. Now the proposed antenna is placed in a muscle body-like structure, so it is simulated using HFSS software. So the results obtained from simulations are: the first is the return loss. Since we know a return loss, basically it defines the reflection power from the antenna. The lower the return loss, the better is the antenna. So the proposed antenna here shows that the range from 0.6 to 11.4 gigahertz is under minus 10 dB. So it represents that at 90% of the input power is delivered to the device, and less than 10% power is 10% power is reflected back. The next is the VSWR, that is voltage standing wave ratio. So voltage standing wave ratio of my proposed antenna is between 2.5 gigahertz to 5 gigahertz. Then is the impedance. So in impedance, we can say that it illustrates the proposed antenna in the desired band. So input impedance with frequency is such that the real part is maximum and the imaginary part is minimum at that resonant frequency. So here the resonant frequency where I have got this point is 4.1 gigahertz. The next is the antenna gain. Since the antenna is placed in a muscle body-like structure, so here we always get antenna in a negative quantity. So here the antenna gain of the simulated proposed antenna is minus 17.2478 dB at 7.2 gigahertz. These are the radiation patterns of our antenna, and these are some of the applications of our antenna. The first, basically my antenna covers the entire ISM band range. So the first one is the microwave oven. So microwave oven, it heats and cooks food by exposing it to electromagnetic radiation and works on 2.4 gigahertz frequency range, which is also covered by this antenna. The next is the plastic welding, which utilizes high frequency electric current to induce heating and melting of the thermoplastic material. Then is the diathermal machines. These are used for the treatment of muscle and joint condition. It uses high frequency electric current to do its function. So its frequency range is also 2.45 gigahertz, which is covered by this antenna. These are some of the references of my paper. And then is the conclusion. So basically, coming towards the conclusion, I would like to say that we have taken many of the literature surveys. So from there, we found that the height of the dielectric substrate was high. So by reducing the dielectric substrate height, we have made some improvement and found the gain, that is minus 17.2478. and so the size of our antenna has been reduced. So this is the conclusion. Future scope which we are doing in this is to make use of some other substrate which are more skin friendly, because it is being implanted on the muscle and body tissues. Here we have used Captain polyamide because of its flexibility qualities. So thank you.
Good job, Muskan.
Thank you.
So good part is this is not my domain, and bad part is also the same. This is not my domain, so I cannot ask you a question, but I can see the good applications where I can relate that your proposed antenna will be helpful in some healthcare, and as well as I think so it can helpful be in enhancing the public health. Huh?
Yes,
and
yes,
also will going to help in the wearable technology.
Yes.
So if you can relate this thing with wearable technology and make it more specific or application oriented, that will be beneficial.
Ma'am, it cannot see. It's an implantable. We have made using the implantable antenna, and wearable is a different thing, because implantable it will be in direct contact with the skin, while wearable will be. Sorry.
No. Please carry on. Okay. That's why I'm saying now.
Okay. While wearable will be associated with some device, so it's different.
So how come it is low cost? If it is, you are saying that it can be applied in biomedical things and it will be low cost. This is your conclusion.
By low cost, I mean by using by making use of different substrate, because as we know, for skin friendly applications we can use a different substrate on which I am working right now. Like we can use silk also, a paper also for these antenna devices, but I haven't mentioned it. I haven't mentioned it right now because I'm working right now on it. So by making use of different substrate, we can reduce the cost of this antenna.
Okay. Thank you so much, Muskan. Anyone else who has any question, please can ask.
Any questions from Milan sir? Any feedback?
Actually, this is also out of my domain, so I think.
All right. Thank you, Muskan, and good luck. Moving further to the next presentation, we have paper ID 075, and the paper title is Towards 6G Network Evolution Beyond 5G and Indian Scenario. I would like to call upon Shivam Kumar Garg and Mandeep Malik, who will be presenting the paper.
Good morning, ma'am. I share my screen.
All right, Mandeep, you are the presenter for this paper?
Yes. Okay. Both of us are here. I'll just give a brief introduction of us. Self and Shivam Garg both have done MTech from IIT Roorkee, and we are employed in industry in Intel, and we have written a couple of papers on 5G and the use cases. They have been published in journals and conferences. One was published in the previous MIT conference only. So I'll start with the paper. It is a review paper. It's beyond 5G. What are the things that are lacking in 5G, and what will get with the 6G coverage? So
all right. Sorry for the interruption, Mandeep. Just a request to you and all the further paper presenters that we are running a bit short of time. So I request you to please highlight the main body of the paper.
Okay. This is the evolution of mobile technology. I'll only come to the last. The 5G provides a 10 GB rate, and provides a 1 terabyte of data rate. The 5G as you see on the view file, it is IMT 2020, available in brands. Carrier aggregation is available, and it is available in two modes: standalone and non-standalone. India has also been part of the standard making body this time, and it is called 5GI. Coming to the globally, the 5G has been deployed all across the globe starting from 2019, and we have some around 500 million users of 5G. Indian scenario, India also launched an ambitious testbed with 224 crore of overlay project, and in 2018 it was started, and it is going to get inaugurated in 1 or 2 months. Now coming to the paper itself, the how the standards are actually being made. It is made at the CGPP, which is a body under the umbrella of ITU, and it is main task is spectrum harmonization. So how the standards are made, they actually are taken from the industrial bodies. Like in India, I will highlight the COAI, Cellular Operator Association of India. It gives input. For the countries, other bodies are there. In India, the government body that is there, that is Telecom Standard Development Society of India, that gives input. These inputs are then correlated and cross-referred with IETF, IEEE, and other standards, and then finally the standards are made. So comparing 6G and 5G, 5G provides a data rate of around 10 Gbps in the release 15 configuration. In release 18, it provides around 20 Gbps. 6G will provide 1 terabyte. The spectrum efficiency, that is how much you can take out of a single hertz, that is also 5x increased. The Doppler shift is accounted for up to 500 kilometer per hour in 5G, that has been increased to up to 1000 kilometer per hour, and the latency has reduced by 2 folds. Density and other things have also increased. Coming to the what is the process right now. So as of now, release 17 of the 5G has been issued, and work on release 18 is already in process, and release 18 will provide 20 Gbps of data rate, and by 2030 we are looking at increasing this data rate to 1 terabyte, and decreasing the latency from 2 to 3 milliseconds to zero point 0.1 millisecond. That is the goal as of now. The standards that were the 5G in comparison to 5G, which is itself very ambitious. In 6G, we will have a backhaul connectivity that is based on satellite. We will have UAV based G node Bs also. That is the trans receiver radio system. We will have small cell architecture, and the security aspects and the mobility aspects, that is covered as part. In 4G it was covered by MME, in 5G it is covered by AMF and SMF. That applications are going to be ML and AI oriented, and would itself be able to understand that what is your mobility pattern, so that your handover can be processed. These are the some of the changes that are envisaged in 6G. I'm done. If there is any questions, I would like to answer that.
Thank you for your presentation. So I just want to know one thing, that is in the last figure you shared here, indicate that no, the other one.
This one, sir?
The picture you indicate blockchain actually.
Okay, this one, sir.
Yeah, so this one. So 6G network used blockchain, or blockchain are integrated into this network? I just want to know this.
It is like if you want to have in a 4G network, the UDR, that is the unstructured data repository, that is not there in 4G. So that's why you can have only one session on a connection. In case of 5G, you can have multiple sessions. That is the decoupling of the control plane and the user plane. That is done through UDR. In case of 6G, because there are issues with unstructured data repository, that how many applications, how many APIs are actually accessing it. So for that, to counter the security aspects, this blockchain has been introduced in data storage. Only data storage, that is the storage of the user profiles. and who will access it, which one APIs will access it, third party applications, these kind of things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mandeep and Shivam. Please unshare your screen. We are moving forward to the next paper presentation. I would like to call upon paper ID 071. Paper title is The Review on Detection and Analysis of Psychological Disorder Using Machine Learning. And the paper presenters are Ujjwal Bhushan, Anil Kumar, and Sarabanti Maji. Who will be presenting the paper?
I hope I am audible and my presentation is visible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible and we can see your screen as well. Over to you. Okay. And I request you to please adhere to the timelines, please. We are running short of time.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Our topic of the presentation is a review on detection and analysis of psychological disorders using machine learning. My name is Ujjwal Bhushan and I'll be the presenter of this paper. This paper is also being done under the supervision of Dr. Shravanti Maji and Dr. Anil Kumar Dahiya. The main purpose of our research was to know more about psychological disorders, how they are affecting humans, and what are the present and the future aspects and impacts on them. So, psychological disorders, they are mostly consist of brain-related issues such as stress, anxiety, depression, or any other disease, which may cause disabilities both mentally and physically in human beings. So this kind of stress, it sometimes may not be, it may seem that the person is normal, but it affects their health, and also in the future aspects, it may increase or decrease according to the living lifestyle choices. So these are the various causes of the psychological disorders, their effects, and what are their solutions according to them. So these psychological disorders are now being predicted using machine learning and deep learning technologies. Machine learning basically is the use of data, prehistoric data. We are training our data set according to it, and then the future responses are done based on the specified algorithms. So these are the various machine learning algorithms that are being used currently. We are working on supervised learning.
Sorry for the interruption, ma'am. You can just show us your findings and the conclusion, which is the main part of the paper.
So our motivation was to understand the research areas where the impact of stress levels is much more. So there are stress, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, depression, and dementia. These are our literature reviews. The various papers have been chosen from 2015 to 2021. And these papers are all based on various different diseases such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, stress, depression. These are the various tools and techniques which have been used, such as support vector machines, naive-Bayes classifier, KNN, decision trees, and random forests. So the gaps which we have identified are many of the papers we have seen that they use a very restrictive data set, for example, their own countries or from a very specific area or very specific age factor. So these are one of the identified gaps. Second is that there are various elimination of features. Example, lifestyle choices, or whether their food habits or their changes of stress levels during relaxation mode as well as in active mode. There's less use of hybrid algorithms that we have seen over the various data set, be it national or international data sets. And many international papers, they have been excluded from their research during the research work over language barriers. Some areas, as I've said earlier, they do not consider lifestyle choices. Suppose in dementia, many older ages are excluded on various other methodologies. So the conclusion that can be derived is that machine learning, it plays a very vital role in the prediction and analysis of psychological disorders. Currently, the most popular machine learning methods that have been used are SVM, decision trees, naive-Bayes. They have shown much more higher accuracies. Many have shown above 90 percentile plus. And the future works will be currently we are working on one of the segments of psychological disorders, that is stress, and we are doing it on based on biosignals. This will be my MTech thesis that I'm currently working on, and we are working on specifically in age groups where first they are in workplace, and in second phase we will be working on those who are elderly people. So these will be our future goals. We will try to use hybrid algorithms as we have suggested in our research. These are the various references from where we have chosen our current research work. Thank you so much.
Hi, Ujjwal. So my question is your research limited to only machine learning, or whether you are checking the deep learning algorithms also? Because I can see only machine learning algorithms you are focusing upon.
Currently, we are working on machine learning algorithms, and in future, we hope that we also include deep learning algorithms as well.
Okay, so how many papers? Because what I can see that you are taking lot many diseases when you are talking about psychological disorders. Apart from that, there are so many algorithms. So how many paper you have reviewed till now for this research paper?
For this research paper, the actual basis on which they were done, they were originally 78 papers. They have been concised into the main 22 to 25 papers were done on psychological disorders. Currently, as we are working on stress, so it decreases the amount of papers that we are currently using.
But I think so in 2020 itself, the amount of paper which has been published in this area is huge. Because
yes,
not many, so what time period, what time limitations, how you have collected data, what was your methodology to collect these data?
This data has actually been collected over the past year. I was slowly and steadily working on various other diseases, but now we have centralized our research work into stress because that is our main focus. We are doing on biosignals, studying the physiological signals of the human beings on both active as well as rest phase. So it reduces the amount of research review actually. It will be published in our next segment, but the amount of stress work, research work that we have been done has now been shortened and made much more concise. This was the initial phase from where we had initially.
Which database you have considered? Which database?
Currently, we are using VSAT database, and another data set that we are using is from IT University.
I'm asking database. Which database? PubMed or Scopus? Which database?
The database which we used for this review was we used Google Scholar, as well as we have used.
So next time, Ujjwal, this is if you really want to consider into healthcare or mental health, please go with the PubMed database rather than Scopus or Google Scholar. You will not going to get the right amount of the work which people have actually done. Fine, this is only.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ujjwal.
Thank you, ma'am.
Moving further to the next paper ID, we have paper ID 332, and the paper title is Analysis of Compact Arrow-Shaped Patch Antenna for 5G Wave Application. I would like to call upon Aditya Kumar Singh for paper presentation, please. Aditya, please open up your camera and share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. It's Aditya Kumar Gupta.
And I request you, Aditya, to please share your research objectives, finding, and conclusion.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, we are able to hear you, Aditya.
This one same shade.
And if you're facing any technical issue, we can come back to you and can proceed further with the next presenter because we're not able to see your screen here. Can you hear us, Aditya?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I think I should come back to you again. I'll moving forward to the next presentation. By the time you can fix your technical glitch.
Okay.
All right. All right. So moving further for the paper ID 090, and the paper title is Postgraduate Engineering Education from Home for Optical Networking Laboratory during COVID-19 second wave in India. I would like to call upon Shailesh Kant for the paper presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Shailesh, over to you. You
Yes,
can
ma'am.
share
I'm
your
here.
screen. And
Ma'am,
please share your
I'm not
objectives.
getting the option to share the screen.
The option must be visible on your screen at the end. You're able to see an icon for an arrow indicating share screen.
No, ma'am. Still, I'm unable to find out.
I guess, Shailesh, you can ask for someone who is there to help you out with sharing the screen if you're unable
Yes,
to see
ma'am.
it.
Because I'm not getting rights for presenter, I think.
I'll request
All
IT
right,
support to please give
okay.
sharing rights to the author.
I'm still not getting right, ma'am.
We are fixing it, Shailesh. Just give me a
Okay.
second. We are contacting the IT team here.
Okay.
I'll. By the time I'll fix your glitch, I'll move and invite for the next.
Otherwise, I am co-author. I can share behalf of Dr. Sailesh.
Sure, sir. If you have the rights,
Is
you
it
can
possible?
share it. Yes,
Is it
yes, it is.
possible?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
absolutely possible.
Okay, just please give me feedback. The screen is visible.
Yes, we are able to see your screen.
Dr. Sailesh, the screen
Yes,
is
sir.
visible.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible, but it's continuously moving. Yes. Now.
Now the screen is visible. You can proceed. I am going to control the PPT from here.
So your screen is visible, but I guess
It's continuously moving. Yes.
Yes.
There is so much of flickering and disturbances on
So
your
I
screen.
think there is a problem in software itself.
Yes.
It's shrinking continuously. It is shrinking. It is not shrinking over here.
Okay, ma'am. I'm getting option for sharing the screen. Can you please stop, Praveen sir? So that I
Yes,
can
yes.
share.
Now the sharing is stopped.
Yes, and now
You
sharing
please
is
share.
visible. Sharing button is visible on my screen. Okay, is this screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, we are able to see.
It is visible. It is very nice. Please proceed.
Okay, okay. Good morning, respected chairs and other participants. I am Dr. Sailesh Kant. I am working in Charosat University, which is located in Gujarat. Today I am here to present a topic which is based on postgraduate engineering education from home for optical networking laboratory during COVID-19 second wave in India. Okay, the technique which I am going to show here, we have developed during second wave of COVID-19. At that time, all the students, all the faculties are working from the home, and there are some areas, engineering areas, where we'll need to purchase some costlier equipments, costlier instruments, uh, and on that particular
Dr. Kant, as you are presenting and deliberating your research, please keep on navigating through your slides also.
Yes. Okay. Here I'm going to give the idea regarding abstract introduction, the experiments which we have included, the simulation results, conclusion, future scope, and references. As I have explained you, for effective teaching learning without any costlier hardware, we'll need to explain students regarding how simulation can be achieved for optical domain. We have elaborated these things. In this, what we are going to do is how students can able to perform experiments from home without touching the physical components. That technique will be shown. For showing purpose, we are just going for 4 different practicals. One is WDM PON, that is wavelength division multiplexer, passive optical network. Then time division multiplexing passive optical network. Another is FTTH, which is fiber to the home network. And the last one is the free space optics, which is wireless passive optical network. Okay, so why we have selected optical network? Because optical network is now on high demand, because more and more people are using internet with video conferencing, video facilities. So it is obviously needed that high bit rate or high data rate will be there for the users. So that is why we have introduced that subject, optical network, in our curriculum. Basically, optical
Sorry
network.
for the interruption, sir. Please
Yes, ma'am.
highlight the main body of the paper, your findings, conclusion, and the research
Yes.
objectives.
Okay.
You can skip the introduction part.
Okay. So let me directly go to the thing, which includes the simulations of WDM passive optical network. In WDM passive optical network, what we did basically, we have designed an experiment like this. On these experiments, as shown in the figure, you can say we are having the continuous bits as an input, that is digital inputs that we are converting into optical, and then we are applying the technique which is wavelength division multiplexing, and then we are sending it to the users. What we can say, this is the receiver side for WDM passive optical network. This is implemented using OpSim software. OpSim software is a powerful software which is specifically used to simulate the optical communication experiments. So practically, we can see that this green color tower shows that there are 8 different users, and 8 different users are sharing the data with specific wavelength. Nextly, we can have the graph which shows how bit error rate will increase or decrease based on the input power. The second experiment we have shown is TDM PON, that is time division multiplexing. In time division multiplexing, instead of sharing the wavelength, we are sharing the users in terms of time. If there are multiple users, then what we are doing? We are allowing users to share the channel or to use the channel based on time. This is the receiver of the TDM PON. This is a result which shows that suppose 4 users are there, then how 4 different users can share the channel in terms of time. This green color tower shows that the first user, then blue is the second, then sky blue is the third, and red is the fourth one. So we can see 4 different users, how they can share. Suppose I want to drop any one user, then I can drop. This shows that the first user only can able to send, while remaining 3 users are unused. The next one is FTTH. FTTH is basically fiber to the home network. This diagram shows how 16 different users can share that particular channel. So instead of connecting a physical components, we can connect the components in this fashion. This is how any particular user can drop or can be added in your network, in FTTH network. And this is a eye diagram. Eye diagram itself shows that the signal which is received by the user, home users, can be perfect. Then the last application, which is free space optics. Free space optics is basically we are sending the light signal directly through the air, and the person or machine which is there on the other side will receive that particular signal, and that signal can be analyzed. This is an eye diagram. You can see that the eye diagram is little bit congested compared to previous one. Why? Because we are sending the light signal through air. We are sending the data through air. These are some other results. How bit error rate increase or decrease based on attenuation and based on the distance of communication. Uh, Lastly, I want to conclude that if you want to use some experiments which are costly or which requires physical instruments, then it is better that instead of that we can use this particular software. From this particular software, we can able to make the student understand regarding that particular applications like WDM, TDM, FTTH, or FSO. In future, we want to add some more applications, and we are planning to develop a mobile application. So instead of directly normal application, Windows based application, students can use mobile based application, from the home, so that they can able to understand the things better. These are some references, and thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions to Shailesh from session chairs?
No, not from my side. Milan, if you have.
No, not from my side too.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shailesh. Moving further to the next presentation, I would like to ask Aditya, have you been able to fix your glitch now? Paper ID is 332. Okay. Calling paper ID 102 now. The paper title is Simulation of Solar Grid Charging of Electric Vehicles Using PI Controller. Would like to invite Sunil Kumar Goyal for the paper presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, Sunil, we are able to hear you and see your screen as well.
And the voice is audible also?
Yes, yes. Over to you.
Now I am starting the presentation on simulation of solar grid charging of electric vehicles using PI controller. As we all know, electric vehicles interest is going to increase day by day. My topic is simulation of solar grid or oblique solar charging of electric vehicles. The introduction: in today's scenario, energy crisis is increasing day by day. Utilization of fossil fuels like petrol, diesel, gasoline is raised to a higher limit. The most important issue to the consumption of these fossil fuels based on fuel-based vehicle is very dangerous to environmental point of view. By burning of fossil fuels, global warming caused huge amount of gases is emitted that causes dangerous pollution, which pollute environment very dangerously for human beings. So there is a big problem occur because of no fuel left in future due to rise of requirement for gases and petrol, diesel. So there will be only solution to
Sorry
this
for the
problem.
interruption, Sunil. You can skip the introduction part and move further. Please
Okay,
share your
ma'am.
objectives, finding, and final conclusion.
Okay, I'll cover up, ma'am. No issue. So this is the picture of solar grid charging is had to be held in India, and the now start the charging system. There are three kind of charging is there. Level 1 charging, this level of charging is normally done at residence or workplace for voltage rating of 220 volt to plug electric vehicle around 8 hours to recharge an electric vehicle for 80 miles. The next one is level 2 charging, which is offering the 240 volt and take time around 4 hours for recharge the battery. The next or fast charging method is level 3 charging. The major drawback is electrical to time taking, which can be overcome by this level of charging is presently the quickest charging solution in the electric vehicle market. DC quick chargers are established at centralized EV charging station and recharge the battery in 30 minutes for a range of 90 miles. So now the process of charging is to be discussed in this slide. There are two kind of charging is there. One is coming from the power grid or main supply, and the other is the solar panel charging. So these two kind of charging are to be discussed in this paper. In this paper, we are taking a simulation model in MATLAB, by which we get the solar supply from solar panel, and it can be switched from power grid if solar is not available. The process of charging is solar panel convert the DC, and from DC convert the battery charging circuit, and it charge the battery. And the other method is power grid. It gives AC, and AC to DC converter gives because battery is taking the DC, and it gives the charge the battery. So by these two methods we charge the EV. There, this is a pictorial representation of charging of EV by solar panels or grid also. Both method we can charge the EV. So here is the calculation of charging of one car of charging calculation of charging. Suppose the total distance per day is 50 miles and energy requirement is 4400 watt hour per mile, and the total energy required by one car is 20 kilowatt hour. The efficiency of car will be around 85%. Net energy requirement per day is 23.53 kilowatt hour. So for charging of 23 point around 25 kilowatt, the installation of solar PV design is designed in such a way so that to generate 25 kilowatt hour to charge the electrical. So for the system capacity by solar, I have calculated by the method is shown in system capacity is output by solar peak hours into effective output. So I have calculated the total number of panels required to be is 25 panels, and the area required for 28 panels is 47.68 meter square. So I have estimated the system capacity, area, and the requirements for installing the solar tied EV charging system. Simulation. Now I start the main technical points. Simulation model of EV charging system. In this, a model of electric vehicle is designed and its charging system in the MATLAB software. In MATLAB version 9.0 is used. Simulation model is designed and supply is taken from solar and grid is given. At a time, only one mode of supply is given. Initially start from solar, which gives a voltage rating of 415 volt as output voltage and 200 ampere as output current, which is given to the RL load. And then from grid, if solar is not available, the grid supply is started. And the switching is shown in the next results. The main components of electrical are solar system, battery DC to DC converters, and the controllers. Controllers are used to control the charging system. The battery used in proposed work is nickel metal hydride battery is used. Nominal voltage 400 volt, rated capacity is 50 ampere. These are the parameters to be taken for making the system. Next, the simulating model of battery is made in the MATLAB. Here we use the battery, the 200 volt 6.5 Ah nickel metal hydride batteries. These are the simulation model for battery. Now the PI controller. Simulating diagram for controlling the charging using PI controller has been made. In this present simulation, discrete PI controller is used. No tuning is done. Appropriate values of grain cat constant is suitably chosen. In the system, KP is 2.
So please share your findings and final conclusion.
I am showing, just give time. Basically, PI controller is this is the simulation model of the system. Let me explain, ma'am. The working of solar fired charging system. Initially, the vehicle is charged from 0.1 to 0.1 second. After that, a time comes when solar not available due to weather condition or battery going to discharge or some other reason. At that time, grid is used. With the help of embedded MATLAB function and MOSFET supply of charging system is switched to grid system when the voltage of 400 volts and 200 ampere as output of the system. The simulation time for which system is set 0.2 to 0.3 and reverse back. Currently, electric vehicle charging is mostly based on grid supply system, but as per requirement to change this charging system to solar system too, which can be rechargeable. These are the results. Now I am showing the results one by one. First, the showing the voltage output when with or without PI controller. In figure 0.0 to 0.1 time, the solar supply is given and gives less than 50 voltage when connection from grid is not given, as shown. This current is, so this is called reverse effect from 0.2 to 0.3. Again, voltage continue from 400 volt. Now current output when connected solar charging system with and without PI controller. Now in this figure, simulation start and result shows initially the current is 200 ampere and from grid charging it goes to 0 and near to 0, and from reverse back from solar it again switches. Now the current output when connected to grid charging system, these are the results, and the voltage output when connected to grid charging means I have shown the grid charging system and solar charging system also. Both charging system I have shown from 0.10 to 0.1 and 0.2 to 0.3 it is from solar charging. From 0.1 to 0.2 it gives the grid charging. So these are the outputs of current and voltage output by using PI controller. You can see the oscillations when the switching is done, I have shown the tabular comparison also in the last slide, which gives the effect of PI controller and not PI controller. These are the effect of PI controller on characteristic of solar grid charging system, voltage output, time range. With PI controller, the voltage is 535 volt, and without PI controller, without PI controller, it's 535 volt, and it's lower down to 520 volt. Same as current sensing from without PI controller, it is 350 ampere, and with PI controller, it is 335 ampere. Means with the using of PI controller, its efficiency increases. It takes the less time and gives the appropriate output. Or we can say that by the use of PI controller, output and voltage values decreases to 20%, and there is no effect on settling time. So now I conclude, grid connected solar photovoltaic system used for EV charging system has been used in nowadays. Recently in the proposed simulation, initially solar supply is given because our grid is not supported in the future because of fuel of availability. AC source charger are also designed, and PI controller is proposed for PV battery system. In this work, the capacity of the solar panel is estimated for a vehicle is explained with an example. The broad objective of proposed technique is to be help the penetration of PV watt and to support the growing need of fast charging EV grids. In the near future, only the electric vehicles remains, and the petrol diesel vehicles will gone in the year to 2040. So these are the results of, these are the references of my work, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
This
Mr.
is from my
Sunil
side.
Kumar Goel.
You can ask any queries from
Dr.
Any
Goel,
questions?
we would like you to throw some light on the adverse effect of fast charging in the context of batteries.
Okay. Adverse effects are actually I not no. Sorry, sir.
See, what we understand that if we increase, we can always increase the charging. We can always increase the charging rate and decrease the charging time, but it always have adverse effect on the batteries. And what the fast charging is available in the state of the art, which is available here in India or abroad, the
Yes,
fast charging is never preferred. So how do you come across that adverse effect?
So, sir, in current trends, the electrical is using, and everyone wants that less time to charge the vehicle. So our engineers try hard to make the AC charger, which takes less time, and not knowing the battery performance very much. As from my side.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil Kumar Goel.
Thank you, ma'am.
I request you to please unshare your screen.
Okay, sir.
Moving further to the next paper ID. Paper ID number is 369, and the paper title is Load Frequency Control of Single Area Power System using LQG Controller. I would like to call upon Sumit Kumar Pandey for the paper presentation, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, and we are able to see your screen as well. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. So myself, Sumit Kumar Pandey, I am faculty in Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur. My presentation is, as you have already informed, that there is a limit of time. So I will just go my objective and the work done with the conclusion. Only three parts I will cover here. The main objective of this paper is that the load frequency control of a single area power system, and the controller we have used here, particularly a linear quadratic Gaussian controller, that is abbreviation is known as your LQZ controller. Initially, we have already worked on this direction, and we have seen that LQR controller, that is the linear quadratic regulator controller. There is a difference between the LQR and the LQG controller is that in the linear quadratic Gaussian controller, the LQR plus Kalman filter is there. Then the effect of this Kalman filter will improve the performance of the system. That is the objective that we have shown in the conclusion part. So from my side, I just want to inform that why the load frequency control is required and what is the load frequency control. Whenever there will be a sudden change in the power system, means that from the load side there will be sudden variation either in the voltage or the current, then the frequency of the system may vary. So by variation of the frequency of the system, the performance of the power system may deteriorate. To rectify this effect, to this disturbance, we have the objective to control this load frequency control of the power system. So here we have considered a single area power system. This is this is the area power system that we have considered here. And in this single area power system, to implement in the software that we have used here, the MATLAB and the Simulink, we first mathematically model the power system. So to mathematically model the power system, we have considered the generator modeling, then the load will be there, the prime mover will be there, and the governor will be there. So by comparing this, by converting the mathematical model of this whole system, we have converted in this form. Here it is visible. So and the overall transfer function we have calculated for this single area power system. Now the controller point of view, the first one is the controller design. As I have already informed that the linear, first we will go for a linear quadratic regulator controller. So this is the overall objective with the control scheme of that linear quadratic regulator, that is the LQR controller. Then this is the in this LQR controller we have our main aim is to get this feedback gain matrix, that K. So this K matrix has been obtained by using this formula, that is the R inverse TB transpose T of this M. And then when combined with this gain with an Kalman filter, then this complete method is known as your LQZ method, that is the linear quadratic Gaussian method, where this Kalman filter is stated by this equation. So there is only 3 steps in the controller design. I have summarized in the 3 steps. That first, the optimal controller LQ is designed through a function, that is the quadratic. Then the Kalman filter is designed with the control input and the output associated with the noise. And at last, LQR is combined with the Kalman filter, and it will provide us the LQZ controller. Here we have considered one power system example that we have seen here, this transfer function, and the parameters we have considered from one of my reference paper. And by putting these parameters, we have first get the output response by the uncompensated plants, mean there will be no controller will be there. Then this uncompensated plant, we have seen the response is shown in this figure 6. And after that, we put the LQR controller, and by putting the LQR controller, we have getting the response as shown by the figure 7. And at last, we have put the LQZ controller, and this response is shown by figure 8. Okay. Now, by all they're seeing this all 3 figures, as there is a very minute differences. So we have put in tabular form, and in this tabular form, we will see that when there will be as uncompensated plant, means the plant where there is no controller, the frequency deviation is 0.045, and the settling time is around 4 seconds. But when we are going for a LQR controller, we have seen that the your steady state frequency deviation is 0.008, 0.0008, and the settling time is around 0.8 seconds. And when we go for the LQG based controller, this again this steady state frequency deviation is changes very less as compared to LQR, that is now it is minus 0.0006, and the settling time is gradually decreases to 0.1 second. So we will see that the effectiveness of the LQZ controller for this load frequency control of the compensated plant. So the conclusion is only that in this work we have successfully implemented the LQZ controller for a control of the low frequency problem of a single area power system in a MATLAB Simulink environment. And there is some reference paper. In this first paper that I have taken the prior values for the low frequency control problem, and the same problem we have considered here as that was considered in my previous paper. Thank you so much. That is from my side.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions from the session chair and audience?
Oh, the work is satisfactory.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. You can unshare your screen.
Thank you.
Moving further for the paper ID 314, and the paper title is Color Images Encryption by Using Bit Plain Crypt Algorithm. I would like to call upon Muskan Tripathi for paper presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Hello everyone, I am Muskan Tripathi from Galgotias University BTech ECE. I am here to present my paper. Topic is color inscription based on bit-skip algorithm, and these are the topic I cover.
Also, please adhere to the timelines, please. Please highlight the main body of the presentation.
Yeah,
Also,
sure,
we
sure.
would like to see you. Please open up your camera.
Yeah, sorry. I wish.
Muskan, we are unable to see you. Muskan Tripathi, are you there? I guess she lost the connection. Shantanu Pradhan is here. Paper ID 457.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Shantanu, I would like you to share your screen, paper ID 457, and your paper title is A Review on Digital Image Forgery Detection.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, Shantanu, please adhere to the timeline and share the main part of the presentation.
Yes, sure.
Open up your camera, Shantanu. We're not able to see you as well. Yes, you are visible now, and we're able to see your screen. Over to you, Shantanu.
Good afternoon, respected faculty members. I am Santanu, MTech student from Galgotias University, pursuing MTech in Communication Engineering from Galgotias. And my topic is my research paper is based on a review on a digital image forgery detection. Here is the introduction. Okay. Moving on the introduction part, basically, image forgery is
Dr.
that
Shantanu, we would request you to jump on to the core part of the research and findings. we have gone through the paper in detail.
Yes. Basically, I refer some of the papers like related works like Sasank Sharma paper, a proposed data chromatographic procedure for location on duplicate move on assault on advanced recordings. This paper is totally based on a video forgery detection in which the manipulation are done in a videos and they manipulate or they temper the video like adding some uh, extra persons or extra words to they are not totally considerable in our daily environment. So this paper totally based on that. So this paper they designed for the MPEG design with the course of pixels in which we detect the pixels of that videos and try to move that forgery with these techniques like recognize spectral translate fabrication, which is integral to the field of blurry and intra outline movement to the discriminate outline addition and cancellation. In this strategy, the RGB colors had been identified because every videos that we are seeing that we totally based on the RGB pixels and gray style pictures. So RGB pixels can be that is converted into gray style picture, and we will able to find the tempered pixels forgeries. Now, moving on to next paper that we refer that is Daya R. Kirai that proposed the strategy for best-in-class survey of duplicate move fabrication identification method. The strategy to sort out the stuck or duplicate pictures from the first picture. Basically, on our day-to-day life, that some people are adding some extra things to the pictures like Salman Khan pictures got converted into some actress or some females. So these things is to be removed from the original pictures because these things are totally go beyond our laws, and every person is our role, and every person is our is one on that. So it is not a good idea to temper the pictures according to the nowadays moving life. So this paper will give the technique like a Gaussian committee recognition method and pressure on revolving scaling re-examinations and on the vector calculation by applying hard part changes, that is PCT. And now moving on to the third my findings that MR Nazi's paper like this is totally consecrated and fabrication location calculation SVM DTC going block based calculations in which the pixel block are calculated on the basis of the pixels matrices, so that how much the forgeries are made in that pixel part, and that has to be identified in this paper. Now, my finding is proposed methodology is to design a tool with the help of design a software with the help of MATLAB and Photoshop to detect all the kind of forgery in the image or any video. Like if we talk about the retouching part, rescaling part, pixel manipulating, watermarking, this image forgery can be detected with a single software. Not we have to I have to find the retouching part, so I have to get some other software, or I have to find the watermarking, then I have to suggest some other software. So these things can be interlinked with each other. Then if we copy any image to that software, then the software analyzes and give the result that this thing is manipulated in this image. So this is my total work that I will moving further uh, with our guide, and I will come on the result soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shantanu. Any questions from the jury?
Dr. Shantanu, as we can understand, you have referred few papers, and based on those papers, you are having some outcomes.
Yes, sir.
We are okay with it. We want to understand what is your outcome and what do you conclude in this paper.
Sir, basically, till now I have referred some papers like last year papers also and some other papers, about 10 to 15 papers. But till now I am not getting a satisfactory response on the paper that any paper which will done that to detect all the forgeries. Suppose if tampering is made on a watermarking on the if watermarking is done on a particular image, right? So that software will actually detect the watermarking part. Not if I add some extra forgeries, like suppose I retouch any image with some other suppose I give you the example. Yeah, this is a retouching part.
We understand all those part, and we also understand the outcomes of the papers which you have referred. We want to understand what is the conclusion and the finding of your papers. What is your work here?
So basically, my work here is to find out the solutions that software that code I implement in MATLAB, that he will detect all the forgeries.
Can we see that code?
Sir, till now I have not implemented. I work is on process. This is basically a review.
Okay.
I am trying to find out the papers.
What does this paper conjecture to? What does this conclude?
Sir, this is basically proposed, like I referred some papers now. So I have took some ideas on that paper, and after that I will implement some.
So in your work,
on that.
In your work, is there any proof of work or something you prove theoretically, or just it's a review?
Sir, it is a review, and my work is in the process.
Okay.
I'm trying to collect some data is collected now, but till now I have to compile the code now. Then after I have to implement on the MATLAB tool.
Okay, Shantanu, just for your information, that deep fakes is one thing which is related to digital forgery, and lot many papers are already there in deep fakes. We have implemented, actually our book is coming with Springer on this itself, where we are talking about so many papers of the creation, what algorithms are being used for the creation of deep fakes and for detection of deep fakes. Apart from that, there are various case studies, how it started, how it has impacted the celebrities and all. So I think so your review is not complete. You have not covered all the areas which you could have. If it is also a review portion, then this is incomplete. You need to also see all these areas where people have already worked a lot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Pradhan, we would like to know your paper ID.
Sir, my paper ID 457.
Okay. We may request you to rework on some aspect.
Yes, sir.
We will request your cooperation.
Thanks.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Shantanu Pradhan. Moving further for the next presentation, I can see Muskan Tripathi. Muskan, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We disconnected that time. So Muskan's paper title was Color Images Encryption by Using Bit Plain Crypt Algorithm, and paper ID is 314.
Yes. Hello everyone. I am Muskan Tripathi.
And Muskan, please share the main highlights of the paper. We are running a bit short of time, please.
Okay. I am Muskan Tripathi from Galgodias University, BTech ECE, and this is my research paper topic, Color Image Encryption by using Bit Plain Crypt Algorithm. And these are the contents which I want to cover in my this PPT. Now I want to share some little bit introduction of my topic. Actually, we are working on to provide safety for digital media. Like in today's time, there are many devices functions like tablet, mobile phones, and many functions like saving and exchanging the multimedia data. So our topic is image description, which is a method to provide safety for exchanging and saving multimedia data by transforming the original format of image into unreadable form. Like we use a method into MATLAB by which we can change the original image data into unreadable form, by which can no one can hack the data or no one can see the original image data. Like this,
We use the bit algorithm for the process of encryption of an image in an binary key image. And the main principal aim of the process is to enhance the performance of encryption of an image description like matter and the security system of an image like other data. So basically this is our main like method in like firstly we take a original image and complete it into bitplane and XOR operation. It invert all the bitplane into a order, and after inverting the planes into a sequence, it combines the all the planes and with scrambling algorithm, the image will be encrypted like in unreadable form. So this method of an image solve the issue of the size of an image detachment in the course of encryption, which disturb like many security system of the image. So by using this method, the key image size is an important obtaining high security level of an image encryption algorithm, and it also uses the method of binary bit plane as the key image, which is the taken out from different fresh or old image, which is very different from the initial image of the encrypted input. So basically, this is the main method of our project and called as a key generator. And our future scope of this project are very excited, like future possibilities of our project. And also we are looking forward to encrypt videos also, like by extracting each frame of the video and also image. And as we all know, like videos also have the sound, so also we are planning to encrypt frame and sound simultaneously. And finally achieving all of the above effort, we are having the app, and one will also working on one app, and one will become the sender in the app and the other is the receiver of at a time. And based on the requirements of either of the two, this is the future of our project. Like we are looking forward to implementing all the above successfully. And the main conclusion of our project is security system, which is the important catch and carry digital image like such as medical image recognition, video processing, etc. Like also in our military area, many someone like don't want to like someone provide want to provide security of the data, so he can use app. You can use the encryption process by which other one cannot see the original data of the image because it will become into a unreadable form with this method. So it is very essential to give security against many attacks like hacking, statistical attacks, brute force attacks, plain text attacks, and so on. While swiping image uniting two platforms on the network, each and every technique is special in its own method, and this built it worthy for many applications. So this paper layout of a course of action to understand the different methods which are used in image encryption method. These are the references which are used in this paper, like this, and all our reference paper are there. Thank you for.
Muskan, I just wanted to ask you what kind of novelty you have put in your paper. What was your novelty? Because not many people have already implemented such
Yeah,
things. So,
there are many. There are many papers of bit algorithm like in image encryption. Uh, Many people doing like changing their size by which security system become low, and so we are like work on bit algorithm paper, and we are using a MATLAB algorithm by which size can change by not disturbing the like security system. This is the main method. Also, we are working on video encryption method by using this algorithm, MATLAB algorithm.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Muskan.
Thank you.
Moving further, for the next paper ID, we have paper ID number 348. Paper title is Indoor Tracking of Dementia Patients Without GPS. I would like to call upon Vijaya Krishna Tejasvi for the paper presentation, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible. Please
Let me
share your
share this
screen
screen.
and open up your camera also.
Uh, I think my screen is visible.
Yes, screen is visible. I appreciate if you can just open your camera also.
Sure. I hope I'm visible too.
Yes, you can proceed, Vijay.
So let me first introduce myself. I'm Vijay Krishna Jayashwi from Amritam Vishwavidyapeetham, BTech Electronics and Communications. So the paper that I'm presenting today is the indoor tracking of dementia patients without the GPS. We have been guided by Dr. Rajeshkanan Megalingam and Avinash Tej Channa Reddy Pawan Reddy are my co-authors. Please find the flow of presentation. So the main objective of our paper is to make a alert system which is not to monitor the movements of the patients who are suffering with the dementia. As we know, many elderly people nowadays are suffering with the dementia. Uh, so often the patients who are suffering from dementia lose their way to home or wander in the streets. So this research work proposes a RTLS-based method to track the movements of the patients suffering from dementia. See, the proposed solution uses the NodeMCU-based wearable device that helps in tracking the patient. So basically, the dementia refers to the set of symptoms that are caused due to the degradation of the cognitive function of the brain. So people suffering with dementia often lose their way. They'll fail to recognize the faces of familiar faces. They'll also find difficulty in staying at a single place. They have the tendency to go out of the home or the caretaking center that they are in. Yes. So next is scope of this research work. So uh, the main objective or the place where this particular research solution can be used is for the people who are in the house, for the people who are suffering with dementia or who are in the house. So this particular system alerts the caretaker when the dementia patient tries to get out of the house. So let's discuss about the methodology. One node MCU is installed at the location of the user's choice for electing in case of emergency, and one at the exit of the home. So a wearable node MCU unit with an independent power supply will be provided to the patient. It will be attached to the patient, which will be well insulated and covered. And also due to the compact size of the node MCU, the patient wouldn't find it difficult or irritating to wear it. And also the patient node gets connected to the door node when the patient is in the range of influence of the node MCU that is being set up at the door. So when the patient gets near to the door node, when the node MCU of the patient gets connected to the node MCU of the door. So upon the connection, an electric signal will be sent to the caretaker, and also some alarming devices such as lights or sound alarm can be set up so that they can alert the caretakers if they are away and if they didn't find the notification alert. And also individual power supplies are to be provided to the nodes to maintain the network. So this enables the system to function despite of the failure of few nodes due to the power shortage. As I have already said, these nodes can be set up at any parts of the house. So by providing the individual power supply to the node MCUs, even if one node MCU fails to work, the other node MCUs in the house will be working. They'll be independent of the power. So next, the proximity sensor is used to monitor whether the exit gate means the main gate of the home, is whether it is closed or open based on the proximity of the door from the sensor. So when the patient is out of the home but not out of the main gate of the home, what happens is that an alert signal with high intensity alert signal will be published. So basically, this is the block diagram of our implementation. There will be a three nodes that are patient node, electric node, and the door node. to the alerting node. All the alarm devices will be attached to the alerting node, and for the door node there is an actuator attached. So when the patient approaches the exit gate, I mean the main gate of the home, the actuator closes the door. So experiment and result to evaluate the system, an alerting node has been used along with the one patient node, one exit node. So the patient node stays disconnected from the door node as long as the patient node is away from the coverage range of the door node. So, but when the exit door is open and patient node is connected to the door node, an alert signal is triggered. So these conditions are checked from this experiment, and the observations are that the system has like the experimental results that we have got are favorable. So the proposed algorithm is working here, and also there are very small delays due to a small network delay between the node MCU communications. It is small that it can be negligible. So this is the, as we can see, when the exit node is connected to the patient node, alert status is in danger, and also the average response time is 2.5 seconds, which is less compared to many, which is very less. When disconnected, the signal will be always producing.
Vijay, please conclude your paper.
Yeah, yes. And these are the references that we have referred to work on our research work. And I'm done from my part. I'm open for the questions.
Any questions from the session chairs?
Vijaya, I just wanted to know what was the novelty in your paper, because many people have already worked upon this dementia and wearable technology. So anything which is something.
Yes, ma'am. The one thing is that this is very compact. The cost for manufacturing all these things will be very less. It will be less than 2,000 because the node MCU is cheap. All we need
Is there any kind of a prototype which is being developed by people and have been implemented somewhere?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the image should be here. I think it's not.
Prototype is being developed.
Yes, ma'am. I hope you can see here in the ninth slide. I have already attached the image, but I don't know.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I can see. Yeah.
So this is the experimental setup that we have used. This small MCU is the node MCU. So this can be sealed inside a small box, and it can put into the patient's pocket or somewhere. And it is compact. All the components will cost very less. And also, we did not use GPS because GPS for tracking the person inside a small location using GPS is difficult. So this, in that cases, this can be used. So yes. Any other questions?
So I have a question to ask. So that the work you have proposed is indoor tracking for dementia patient without GPS. Do your system is comparable with the Bluetooth low energy technology and the Wi-Fi technology? Because in recent years, the Bluetooth low energy technology and Wi-Fi technology are also used in the same operation.
Actually, the node MCU networking is done using the Wi-Fi technology itself, sir.
Okay.
The one node MCU will be acting as a host, and other will get connected to the particular host node MCU when there is I mean, it is in the area of influence of the one node MCU. So we are using the Wi-Fi technology itself.
Okay. So in future, I would like to suggest you that you can, if it is possible, that you can you please compare the Bluetooth technology with your technology and as well as the Wi-Fi technology, all three, a comparison table that will help, and that will make your work more useful and more informative for all. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vijaya. You can unshare your screen, please.
Sure.
Calling paper ID 316, paper title Plant Leaf Disease Detection Using Image Processing, and the paper presenter is Rahul Gundu.
Yes.
My screen
Rahul,
is visible?
yes, your screen is visible. Please open up your camera also. Yes, Rahul also highlight the main body of the paper only.
Yes, yes. Good morning, respected chairs and authors presented here. Today, my name is Rahul Kundu. Today, I am here for present on my PPT, planned leaf disease detection using image processing. I am final year student from Galgotias University, and now coming to my introduction part. Leaves is the most, as we know, the leaves being the most sensitive part of plants, shows disease symptoms at the earliest of manual observation by farmers. In the most of the case, disease symptoms are seen on the leaves, but on the manually, it's to take long time to identify the disease and take action against it. But in this case, I proposed a system where I can detect the disease by very short time, and the main objective is the detect the disease using image processing technologies. Here some literature survey which are long. It's take long time and its accuracy is too much less. So for that I proposed a system like that, and I used mainly machine learning algorithms and image processing digitally. Hence machine learning algorithms are used to detect and analyze the feature the leaf and detect the accuracy with analyzing them with the datasets. I have predefined dataset like plant dataset which have 54,000 healthy and disease dataset. Most commonly machine learning algorithm that is been used are CNN algorithm and support vending machine. Here the block diagram of pre-processing of image. In pre-processing of image, we similar image pre-processed digitally have some objects before processing, like capturing of the image, segmentation of image, and extracting features from the image. And now coming to the main working part, there are four in my proposed system. There are four working parts. At first, image conversion. In this image conversion, I have at first I convert the image to RGB to grayscale image, and after that detection of edge. In detection of edge, it use mainly algorithms to detect the edge of the image. And this thresholding part, thresholding of any image is the most important factor, as it converts the image into two parts, foreground and background. And coming to the last step is the reduce the noise. There are so many algorithms developed right now, and it will help us to remove the noise from the image. Now to the conclusion part. Here I use AlexNet algorithm that will easily classify the disease in the plant sleep and alert the farmers to take care of crop in time, so there is no loss to the crop production. And there are some references against my work. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, Rahul. Again, I just wanted to ask you, like, which particular techniques, if you have identified few machine learning, then what was the criteria of selecting those? Apart from that, what was the kind of a novelty that you have portrayed? Yes.
Ma'am, here I used AlexNet algorithm, which is I have predefined datasets of I collect a dataset from online sites and it used in my project, and it's different because it is more accuracy than previous works.
How much accurate
Ma'am,
yours?
it almost 94% accuracy.
Okay, so you are saying that better accuracy. What kind of a learning rate or optimization technique that you have used? What kind of fine tuning you have used?
AlexNet algorithm.
No. Within that algorithm, but what kind of hyperparameter tuning?
Artificial neural network, ANN.
Okay, thank you. Next. Sorry, Rahul. Please go and study more on this area, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Rahul. Calling paper ID 002, paper title Analysis of Network Technologies and Cyber Security Assessment for Enhancing Machine Learning, Grid Computing, and Cyber Physical Connectivity Interwork Effectiveness. Who is going to present the paper among all the papers, research paper writers? Who will be presenting this paper? Paper ID 002. Chaitanya, Surya, Shikha. Who amongst you will be going to present this paper? Okay. I guess they're not here. Moving to the next paper ID, we have paper ID number 006. And the paper title is Scalable and Adaptable End-to-End Collection and Analysis of Cloud Computing Security Data Towards End-to-End Security in Cloud Computing System. May I also like to know that who is going to present this paper ID 006? Anupam, Atharv, Manoj, and Daya Sagar. Who among you is going to present this paper? Next paper ID number 014. Are the presenters here for paper ID 014? Paper title is The Relationship Between Cloud Computing and Deep Learning Towards Organizational Commitment. And I'd like to know that who is going to present this paper ID 014? Next paper ID number 016. Paper title Communication Technologies and Challenges on 6G Network for the Internet IoT based analysis. Karthik, Amala, who amongst you will be going to present this paper ID number 016? Next presentation for the paper ID number 017. Paper title being The Exploratory Analysis of Machine Learning Adaptability in Big Data Analytics Environment, a data aggregation in the age of big data and Internet of Things. I would like to know also that who is going to present this paper ID number 017. Priyanka Sharma, Nitin Samrat. Who amongst you will be the presenter for this paper? Are you here? So with this, we are at the end of session 2 for today's. Thank you and best wishes to all the presenters and special thanks to all the session chairs for sparing your valuable time and giving the comments for the various paper presentations. I would also like to have a word from session chairs to conclude the session, please.
So Milan, first you want to go?
You first.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Naina, Goodness, of course, and Avneet and Pratik for organizing such a wonderful IEEE first session. So this is the first session, and Milan is from Bangladesh University, and he's with me for this session. Wonderful papers have been presented over here, and I can see the enthusiasm from the students. So that was well praised, and I can see lot many good papers in this sessions. I'm very sure that coming 4-5 sessions will be great, and we will definitely going to join and see like what are new techniques people have applied in this artificial intelligence work. My congratulations to all the organizers, and thank you so much for inviting us.
Okay. Thank you, the organizers, to invite me in the international conference on innovation practice in technology management. In today's session, I have already seen several articles, research articles conducted by young researchers, actually, because when I am at their age, I don't have that much knowledge or that much enthusiasm to conduct research work. So it is a great pleasure for me to attend and share the knowledge with young researchers and the organizer chair and the session chairs, other session chairs actually. So I wish all the very best and the success of this conference, and I hope the upcoming sessions will be more informative and more yeah, helpful for the young researcher or young scientists who are attending the sessions. Thank you. Thank you all.
So instead of having a thanks from your side, it is the time for us to thank all the chairs and especially to the master of ceremony. And this cannot be possible without the support of our IT team. So I thank all of them. And the appreciable part which I can observe in this session this time, that research is used to be a subject of post-graduation at least. Research start from the post-graduation, but I can see the budding researchers from the graduation level coming up and having good hypothesis. So that is appreciable part. Anyways, thanks to all of you. I will request IT to close the session for now, and we will meet on the same link at around 1:45.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Requesting IT to please close the session. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, faculty members, staff, and students. On behalf of Amity University, Greater Noida campus, I feel privileged to extend a very warm welcome to all present here. With immense pleasure, I welcome all the participants in today's virtually organized IEEE sponsored international conference on innovative practices in technology and management. I, Avneet Kaur, professor in the Department of Management, feel enthusiastic to hold such an enthusiastic session with this wonderful audience. This event will observe an august gathering of eminent personalities from various researchers and students from across the globe. We could not meet in the prevailing conditions of the pandemic, but this will not stop us from following the tradition of exchanging knowledge, innovation, and creating research environment for the next generation. I would also like to thank our conference chair, Dr. Naina Chaudhary, who has been a guiding light through which we deliver such amazing conference. For this session, this theme for this session would be the use of blockchain and artificial intelligence for cybersecurity based applications. And the session chairs who have joined us today for this session are Professor Mamoon Rashid, Faculty of Science and Technology, Vishwakarma University, Pune. Professor Deepak Parashar, School of Computer Science and Engineering, Lovely Professional University, and Dr. Dinesh Kumar Singh, Professor ECE, GL Bajaj ITM. A very warm welcome to all the session chairs for your presence today with us. Moving ahead, we are starting with the paper presentations, and I would like to mention to all the paper presenters that please adhere to the time limits. We appreciate if you are able to wind up your paper within 5 minutes time frame. We request everyone to highlight their research objectives, the findings, and the final conclusion for the paper. So we are starting with the first paper presentation. I would like to call upon paper ID 124 Paper title: Energy Harvesting Sensor Based IoT System for Precision Agriculture, and the paper presenter would be Rana Gill. I request you, sir, to please share your screen. Ma'am, to please share your screen.
Yes. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, you are audible, and we are able to see you as well. Please share your screen.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, your screen is visible. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all present here. I'm Rana Gill, Assistant Professor, Chandigarh University, and today I'm here to present my research article titled like Energy Harvesting, just 1 second, Energy Harvesting Based Internet of Things System for the Precision Agriculture. So here, in my presentation today, these are the things that I'm going to cover. With a start with a brief introduction, and then I'll proceed with the methodology that I have adopted for this prototype that I have developed. And in this, I'll give a brief overview of the architecture of a sensor node. And mainly the paper is focused on the energy consumption, like power unit of the sensor node. And it's it is integrated with the solar panel. So that is the main thing that I'm going to highlight here, that is highlighted here in the paper. And I'll explain about the research results and finally move toward the conclusion. So as here it is about the precision agriculture. Precision agriculture is basically the farm management that is done with the help of technology through the precise observation, measurement, and analyzing the need of particular field and a particular crop. It is known with the different names like a smart agriculture, precision ag, it is precision farming, it is satellite farming, it is specific crop management. These are the different names that are given to this precision agriculture. There are various technologies which are helping the conversion of this traditional farming to the precision agriculture. So as a like there are various technologies which are helping, like Internet of Things, robotics, wireless sensor networks, machine learning, artificial intelligence, big data analytics. So in my current research, I'm going to explain about the Internet of Things and the wireless sensor networks, as wireless sensor network is a key element for the Internet of Things. So I'll explain about a few just basic idea about the wireless sensor networks. So it is basically a network with an n number of one or more number of nodes. The nodes have a capability to sense, to process, and to communicate. As they communicate to the neighborhood nodes, and through this multi-hop path, finally the data is conveyed to the gateway node, where it is passed on to the user for the final any kind of the decision making can be done, or any kind of the actuators can be derived. So as sensor networks are the key element for the Internet of Things. So the current research is basically a prototype that is developed on the basis of Internet of Things. So here Internet of Things is the thing that is helping this precision agriculture. There are various advancements that are going on in this precision agriculture. Various kind of the things are happening in this with the help of this Internet of Things. Various research organizations as well as industries in the process of delivering more and more IoT products which are linked to this agriculture. Internet of Things in precision agriculture, here it is basically a layered architecture. In this it is with a three-layer architecture. Three-layer architecture. It starts with the layer 1, that is a perception layer. So here it is basically, it starts from the things, that is data. It is sensing the data. It is how the data is collected. So here through the physical objects, that basically the data is sensed and it is collected. And then through the network layer, it is communicated. So at this layer, at the second layer, the network layer, there are various protocols, various IoT protocols which are helping for the communication of this collected data. And finally, it is given to the end user, where it is the application layer, where it is finally basically the IoT is realized over here, that is at the third layer. So in Internet of Things in the precision agriculture, here it is about the controlled environment. Controlled environment means it's about the polyhouse or a greenhouse, where where the things can be kept under control. We can control the internal environment, or we can internal environment of the field, that is inside the polyhouse or greenhouse. So the sensor nodes, they are deployed inside the greenhouse, and from where the data, various parameters can be calculated, can be sensed with the help of different sensors, and finally they are conveyed to the end user, where through the gateway node, and n number of actuators can be derived. We can use fans, we can control the irrigation pump, we can use a humidifier, we can use artificial light. So various kind of actuators can be derived on the basis of the requirement, which is like that data is saying that how much we are getting and how much is required for that particular greenhouse, or for what is a exact requirement of that particular crop. So it can be on the basis of particular environment of that greenhouse, or for that particular crop on which we are just testing it. So here in this current research, so it is basically the power unit of the node that is developed. So that power unit of the node, as we know that these things which are where the power is provided by the batteries. Batteries are rechargeable batteries that we are using here for maintaining the power consumption of all the things that we are using here in this node. So those batteries, their lifetime is limited, and they need recharging. So here it is basically integrated with a solar panel. So photovoltaic conversion is used, where the light is converted to the electricity. As this method is thing like it is a natural source that can be utilized, so that the manual replacement of the batteries can be avoided and the lifetime of the network can be extended. So here it is with the integration of that solar panel with that power unit of the sensor node. This is a journal architecture. This is a journal architecture of the node, and this is what that is designed in my current research work. That is sensing unit, where we have used the sensors, and there I have used 4 different sensors that are required to measure the key parameters. So key parameters that are considered for the current research are related to the soil and related to the environment. DHT11, that is basically to measure the relative humidity and the temperature for the environment, and then is BH1750. This is light intensity sensor. So these 2 are the parameter that is about the humidity and the temperature of the environment. And the next 2 sensors that I have used is a soil moisture sensor and the soil temperature sensor. These are 2 parameters which we are for a particular soil where we are testing. So where we want to use this. So for that particular soil, we are taking these 2 parameters. That is, one is the moisture present in the soil and the temperature of the soil. And the data that is collected by these 4 sensors, the key parameters, the data is passed on to the processing unit, and where we have a communication also, that is node MCU. The node MCU is used as a processing unit, that is with the ESP8266, which is a Wi-Fi module. So here the data that is collected by the sensors, that is what that is communicated to the gateway node that is designed. So here it is a power unit. Power unit is designed with the lithium-ion batteries. So that thing is integrated with the solar energy, so that the charge of the batteries.
Dr. Gill, sorry to interrupt. We will request you to conclude fast.
Sure, sir. Sure.
We have paucity of the time.
Right, sir. I understand. So these are the details of the sensors, their efficiency and their range. So that is about the 4 sensors that I have used to measure the key parameters, and this is node MCU that I have used for the processing and the communication. So the data collected can be processed and it can be further communicated to the gateway node. So the power unit, that is the main thing that I want to, that is highlighted here. It is the power unit that is designed with the lithium-ion batteries. 2 lithium-ion batteries are used for the current research. Each is providing 3.65 volt. That is the maximum voltage that is provided by these 2 batteries. 2 such batteries are used in the series, so that the constant 5 volt can be provided for the node, for the uninterrupted maintenance of the power for all the sensors, sensing unit and the processing and the communication unit. So to maintain the uninterrupted and the continuous operation of the sensor node, this is basically integrated with the solar panel. These are the specification of the solar panel and the consumption of the node. The solar panel that I have used is of power rating 10 watts. So it is how it is maintaining. So this is the consumption of the node that is in active mode and in the sleep mode. When the node is sensing and it is communicating, it is on, and for the rest of the time it is in the sleep mode, where its consumption is in microamperes. We can see it is very less, and when it is active, it is consuming power, and that power is maintained by the batteries, and the charge of the batteries is maintained with the help of the solar panel. So this is basically the block diagram that is explaining the power unit of the sensor node. Here, the two batteries which are used here in series. Through the battery management system, the battery management system is basically used to protect the batteries from the short circuit or from the overcharging. So that is for the protection of the batteries, so that the overcharging and over discharge can be protected. For the protection of these batteries, this battery management system is used, and this is voltage regulator that is used to step down this thing, that is 7.4 to 5.2, that is required. That is a constant supply that is required for the operation of this processing unit and the communication unit. And the whole thing is recorded. The voltage of the battery, how it is maintained, it is recorded with a voltage sensor. It is continuously sending to the user that what is the status of the batteries, so that we can figure out the node should not die, and how the solar panel is it capable to maintain the charge in the batteries. So this thing is this is how it is through this charging process it is maintained. There is like this is the node, this is the picture of the node that is designed, and on the top you can see that there is like the sensor node, and on the below there is a power unit which is integrated to the solar panel. And for the testing purpose, I have tested it for 24 hours. We can easily see when I started in the 10:41 in the morning. So charge of the batteries, this is something that is given by the voltage sensor. It is continuously sending that thing to the end user, that what is the status of the voltage that is provided by the batteries. We can easily see that till evening the whole charge is maintained. Whatever is consumed by the
ma'am, sorry to interrupt you in between. Please wind up your presentation.
Yes, so
Please
we can
conclude. Yes.
So we can easily see the charge that is consumed by the node, that is easily maintained by the solar during the daytime, and when after the sunset the charge is the battery in the battery's voltage is continuously dropping, and in the morning when it is started again, when it is sunrise, and it is again started charging, and this is how the charge of the batteries can be maintained with the help of the solar panels. So that's these are the references. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation, ma'am. I would also like to inform the House that we have been joined by a session chair, Dr. Dinesh Kumar Singh, who is a professor in the area of electronics and antenna. Dr. Singh, it's a pleasure to have you with us today on the board. A very warm welcome to you. If you have any questions to the presenters, so please put forward your questions.
There is some glitch at the end of Dr. Singh. He will be joining shortly. He is in the session but not able to unmute.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation.
Can I stop sharing?
Yes, you can stop sharing your screen.
Thank you.
Moving forward to the next paper presentation, we have paper ID 284. Paper title is Human Interactable Method Through a Custom Voice Chat Application, Live Talk. I would like to call Ramneek Singh to present the paper, please.
Sure, ma'am. Hi, all. First of all,
Please
myself.
open up your camera, share your screen. So. You can share your screen.
Yeah, is my screen visible?
So, hi,
Yes.
am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
Kushal.
Yeah, I'm
So
Kushal Singh Kashyap.
both will be presenting this paper, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
So shall we start?
Yes, yes, over to you.
So once again, good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Kushal, and today me and Ramnik are presenting our research on a human interactable method through a custom voice chat application. Ramnik, next slide. You can move to next one also. So these are the things which we're going to discuss. So first of all, introducing this live talk, that what this live talk is all about. In today's world, we all are working from home. We have to stay connected with one another. Right now, we can stay connected with the chat applications in which we have to type our messages, or we can call other person. But what if we have something much more convenient than these methods? So we integrated a AI assistant in our chatting application. In our search, we gave the name to that AI named as Jack. So you just have to say his name, like, "Hi Jack, tell Ramnik that I am sending my work within 10 minutes." You don't have to grab your phone from the table. Your phone is lying down on table, and you are just saying the word Jack, and he is doing all the work for you. In other chatting applications like WhatsApp, WeChat, we have to type messages. But in this, you don't have to grab your phone from the table. Your phone is lying on the table. From there, you can pass your messages to the other person. Now, Ramnik, please
And
continue.
one more thing, it's a completely hands-free operation thing. As in WhatsApp also, we have the facility of like sending voice notes or like likely the voice messages. But in that too, we first have to open the whole application and then select the person designated person to be sent to, and then we have to press the mic option for sending the voice note. But in this thing, we are complete, as the world is constantly moving towards mobile computing and AI. So we just try to like move a complete chatting application into a bot. And one more thing, like I can give you a simple example nowadays. Like for we are all working from home, so it's more convenient. Like if we are attending a meeting online, or we are just we can say homemaker, like our housewives, our moms are just working in the kitchen and want to send a message without getting the phone dirty. So she can simply call the name out, Jack, hey Jack, call, send like send hi to Nisha or any other person. So that would be done. That's a more convenient hands-free mode. So that's the whole introduction. We just named our bot as Jack, and we can simply say that, hey Jack, send message to this, and we can also view the messages like by if we say, hey Jack, view the message of Ramneek, so it would be automatically displayed over the screen. And this is the basic literature review about how the present applications are working. Like we
Ramneek, you can share your findings and conclusion, please.
sure. um, that's the methodology. And yeah, and in this we are just I have used Python and Android, and a custom database present in Android named Firebase. And so that's the coding for the bot named Jack. It's the whole thing how it's running. Like first, I would not dive deep into the technical part. So uh, that's the first we are calling his name, and the running the needed commands. And these are the flow diagrams, how we just designed. It's the flow diagram for adding a user and then configuring Jack to like respond every time. And that's a simple screenshot for the main view page of our application. And the coming to the main thing, the results. So in the final application, we have firstly we had just designed a prototype of the same and tested on our mobiles, like on the Kushal's and mine. So in the final thing, we would be designing a complete application which would be working in iOS as well as Android, and we will be trying to like place it in the Play Store and as well as App Store. So that would be completely working like for group calling, live streaming, like we are presently doing in Zoom, but that would be in a complete hands-free mode, just calling the name of Jack, and everything would be done. And it's coming to its future scope, so we are just expecting that like as with the coming of AI bots in the real time, like Alexa and many other. So we are just expecting that it would also move ahead to such a level that the Android and Apple iOS would give it pre-installed into our phone, so that we can just conveniently communicate in the position of emergency too. So these are few of the references from which I just took some help. And the first one is the research paper two published, and it was just telling about all the advantages and disadvantages and how to integrate a chatting application into both Android and iOS systems. Yeah. Kushal,
Thank you, Ramni. Thank you, Kushal. I would also like to inform everyone that we have been joined by another session chair, Dr. Deepak Parashar, who is a professor in computational sciences. Dr. Parashar, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. And I would also request all the session chairs to please put forward their queries, if any, to the presenters. Any questions from the audience to the presenters? All right. Thank you, Ramneek, and thank you, Kushal.
Okay,
You can
thank you, ma'am.
unshare your screen. Thank you. The next paper ID for presentation, I'm calling paper ID number 055, and the paper title is Machine Learning Technique Used for Metal Oxide Gas Sensor, Different Toxic Gas Detection Response, and Recovery Time Analysis with Different Temperature. I would like to call upon Amit Gupta for paper presentation, please. Mr. Amit Gupta, can you please unmute yourself and share your screen? Next paper ID, we have paper ID number 435. Paper title is A Quick Look at Cryptocurrency Mining, Proof of the Work. I would like to call Rohit Beer for the same.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, you are audible, and we are able to see your screen as well.
Okay, so very good afternoon. My name is Rohit Beer. I am a student at Maharaja Surajmal Institute, and I am the author of this paper. And the co-author is my professor, Miss Tarunim Sharma. And the objective of this paper is to know what exactly cryptocurrency mining is, what type of hardware can be used, and what type of hardware is the best, along with the along with the future of cryptocurrency mining in the world. So we have heard the name cryptocurrency in the news and social media nowadays. So we know that cryptocurrency is a digital asset on the blockchain. But what exactly is cryptocurrency mining? Cryptocurrency mining is the process of processing or confirming the blockchain transactions. For the same, the miner gets a reward. As of now, there are only two types of validating methods or the mining methods that are used in the world. That is proof of stake and proof of work. Whereas in this report, we'll be only focusing on proof of work. So now you must be wondering why even cryptocurrency mining is necessary. Cryptocurrency mining can be known as the process of validating transactions. So let's take an example of a 500 rupee note. Here we can see the serial number of the note depicts that the note is authentic. Similarly, in cryptocurrency mining, there is a number known as transaction hash, which is generated by the GPUs itself. The miner generates this hash, this hash ID, due to through which we can know that the transaction is purely authentic and secure. So what is proof of stake? Proof of stake involves investing a minimum amount of money in the crypto project through which the miner is selected randomly to process the transaction, and through which he or she gets a reward. And what is proof of stake? And what is proof of work? Proof of work, on the other hand, focuses on using the physical computational power of a GPU or an ASIC machine to process the cryptocurrency transactions. In total, there are 363 currencies that support proof of work consensus. The diagram below illustrates how proof of work exactly works. For example, A, who is on the left, wants to send some Ethereum to B, who is on the right. But he cannot send the Ethereum directly to B. So the Ethereum is first forwarded to a mining pool. A mining pool is a group of miners who contribute their computational power to generate and mine many blocks at the same time. So the mining pool mines the Ethereum that is forwarded from A, and after confirming that a transaction is fully secure and valid, it is then forwarded to B. So that's how proof of work actually works. In this report, we have monitored two algorithms. First is ETHASH, and the second is Cowpow. We have monitored ETHASH mainly due to how powerful Ethereum is, and how NFTs are usually budding on the social media scene. And the GPU that we have monitored are 1660 Super, 3060 Ti, as well as the 3070. We have not monitored the machine that is specifically built for mining, because due to the limited availability in India and all over the world. Uh, since we know since we know the miner gets a reward for mining the cryptocurrency, the mining rewards depends on the various factors that are listed below. The most important factor on which the mining revenue actually depends is the difficulty level. Mainly, we take difficulty level as a number of people that are mining the currency itself. For example, if the difficulty level is high and the mining reward is fixed, and the price of the Ethereum is not increasing, or even Raven coin is not increasing, the revenue will decrease, which is not the case in these years. Here we have shown the revenue that was earned by our rig. Our rig is the 650 mega hash rig that earned around $15,850 in 1 year, whereas the A10 Pro Plus is an ASIC miner that earned 18,332. This data was taken from What to Mine of the A10 Pro Plus and the A10 Pro. We also use linear regression to predict that will mining be very efficient and worthy to spend their money in the future. Here the coefficient correlation came to be 2.56, which is greater than 0, since therefore it is positive correlation. So the table below shows that our rig costed around $6,000 back in 2020, whereas now it costs around $12,600 in 2021. Similarly, for A10 Pro Plus, which is an ASIC miner, costed $9,300 in 2020, whereas now it costs around $16,000 in 2021. But the ROI of A10 Pro Plus is much greater than our rig that we used, which is the 650 mega hash, and the ROI of our machine is very much lesser than the ASIC machine. We can also note that the A10 Pro Plus availability is not a lot when we compare it to the GPU rigs. Since we can buy GPU around the globe, around the market, everywhere, the GPU mining is much more efficient, and therefore we can also state that mining also has a very great future, since it is a technology that has not been touched by many individuals now. So one can invest and learn about what truly mining is, be it proof of stake or even proof of work. Thank you. And if anyone has any questions, they will.
Thank you so much, Rohit. I request the session chairs to please put forward any questions or any query, or anyone from the audience can also ask the questions, please. Thank you, Rohit.
Thank you.
We have the next presentation from paper ID number 354. Paper title is Stability Index and Control Using PLL in Grid Connected Inverter System for Hybrid Renewable Energy System. I would like to call upon Priyanka Sisodia for the paper presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible to you?
Yes, and we are able to see your screen as well, Priyanka.
Okay. I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone.
Can you put it on slide share mode, Priyanka? Your presentation.
Slideshow mode.
Or you can make it full screen, I mean, if it is possible for you.
Okay. Just wait a minute.
It's okay, Priyanka. You can start presenting your paper.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am welcoming you all for present my research work. My name is Priyanka Sisodia, and I am from Jabalpur Engineering College. I am doing masters in Department of Electrical Engineering, and my title. I'm here to present research paper, and my title is Stability Index and Control Using PLL in Grid Connected Inverter System for Hybrid Renewable Energy System, in which the hybrid renewable energy system is used for the generation of electricity, in which is connected to the which is connected to the grid. And here to the for the connection of grid, we have used here voltage source inverter system, which is synchronized with the PLL. The PLL will make the phase constant, and frequency will match to the will match the output and input frequency. Here are the contents, which will discuss below. Introduction. In this system, hybrid renewable energy system is used in this solar and wind
I'm
renewable.
sorry for the interruption, Priyanka. Please share your objectives, finding, and final conclusion. You can skip the introduction part.
Okay.
Please
Can I
share
explain the working?
Yes, it's working. We can see your slides moving.
Okay. There is a solar and wind energy system. From the solar system, DC voltage will generate, and from wind system, AC voltage will generate. We will convert this AC voltage to DC voltage with the help of rectifier, because we have to convert these voltage completely to DC voltage for the Cuck converter. This Cuck converter will boosted up the voltage, and we will give this voltage to the inverter system. This inverter system is voltage source inverter system, in which is connected to the grid. After the inverter, we will connect this system to the LC filter. This will constant the this will this is able to LC filter will filter the voltage and will not destroy the AC component. After that, we will connect this to load bus, and here we at the load bus, voltage and currents will get from the load bus. Voltage and current will go to the inverter control, and this will because of this inverter control method, this method will reduce a gate pulse for the inverter. Here in the inverter control, PLL is used. This PLL will make the phase constant, and frequency of the input and output will be matched because of the PLL. Here I have used the non-linear load, and we will find the stability index of the non-linear load, and I have calculated here time period at which grid becomes stable. This is the inverter, and here DC voltage came from the cup converter. This DC voltage is VDC. Here, after the VDC, two capacitors C1 and C2 are connected in T shape. This will constant the DC. That means that this will make the DC ripple free. After that, this will goes to the inverter, and in the inverter, one input is the gate pulse and other input is the DC voltage. At the output side, there are three phases. This is the three-phase voltage source inverter. At the output side, these are the ABC are the three phases. After that, LC filter was used, and after that, load bus is used. At the load bus, VAVC and IAVC has got. So from the load bus, we have used here inputs from the load bus VAVC-VL and IAVC-VL. Here I have used 4 inputs. VAVC, the first one is VAVC. This is the input from the load bus, and IAVC, this is also the input from the load bus. This is the variable inputs, and the 3 and 4 are the fixed input, which are 3 is the clock input, which is fixed here, and the 4th one is the mean power, that is a mean voltage and current. After that, we have used here selector because this power is variable. So for this, we have used a selector, and this will goes to the PI controller, and PI controller will compare this average power and the variable power, and after that, this will this fixed values will convert to the frequency domain 3000 by S, and this will goes to the PI controller in the negative feedback system. After that, we have taken these all results to the DQ not to ABC block, and we have taken some sine cos function with it. So this DQ not to ABC block will convert this voltage, this power to the voltage.
Priyanka, sorry for the interruption. I request you to please show your final conclusion and final findings.
Okay. This is the MATLAB simulating model, and these are the results. This is the voltage and current mappings, and this is the stability index at which we have seen the time period at which grid becomes stable. At 0.08 seconds, grid becomes stable by using the VSI. Here's the conclusion. In this system, stability control work is done in the voltage source inverter system, which is synchronized with the voltage source inverter controller, in which phase lock loop is used for responsible to maintain the phase constant and output frequency match the input or reference frequency. The inverter control system, basically the inverter control system used a gate pulse for the voltage source inverter system. However, stability index of the grid connected inverter system for non-linear load is shown according to the stability index time period found. Here are the references. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Priyanka. I would also like to inform the House that we have been joined by our next session chair, Dr. Mahmood Rashid, who is a professor in area of computational sciences. Dr. Rashid has been contributing in research in the University of High Repute at different capacities. It's an honor to have you with us today, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I would also like to inform the House that we have been also joined by a conference chair, Dr. Nena. I request you, ma'am, to please say a few words.
The platform such senior academicians and researchers. Wish all the best to all the authors. Please proceed with the presentation of me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And for the Priyanka's presentation, if the session chairs have any question, you can put forward your query, sir.
Priyanka, I'm having one question for you.
Yes, sir.
While you was going for the presentation, nowhere you have compared your work with the state of the art. So how you are like mentioning in your slide that you have outperformed the work? Because I have not seen any comparison with any previous kind of works in your slides.
So actually, I was afraid because actually I have joined the other session 1. So I was afraid here.
No, my point is, have you compared your work with any other kind of works that have been done before?
No, sir.
No, it's very important that you should be going for the comparison. If you are mentioning here in the conference that your work is the better one, so
Priyanka, are you getting the exact question clearly what sir is asking?
No, sir. Actually, I'm not getting clearly his question.
सर पूछ रहे हैं आपने जो भी अभी इसमें रिसर्च वर्क किया है उसको
Yes, sir.
ऑलरेडी जो एक्सिस्टिंग वर्क है जो लेटेस्ट वर्क है जिसको हम स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट कहते हैं उससे आपने कंपेयर किया है पेपर में?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that is what sir is asking. क्या वो स्लाइड्स में है आपके पास? शो करिए अगर है तो. Please elaborate.
Sir, slides में नहीं है, but this work is existing work. So I have.
Okay, no issues in ahead, like in future, whenever you'll be, like going for this work, always take this point under consideration that you need to compare it with other works. And if your results are better than those kind of works, only then you'll be saying that my work is better than the existing ones, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Sorry.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. You can unshare your screen, please.
Okay.
Moving forward, for the paper ID number, I would like to invite paper ID number 356, paper title, Development of Stimulator to Recognize the Mood Using Facial Emotion Detection. I would like to call upon Civili Anna Maria to present the paper, please. Priyanka, please unshare your screen.
Madam, can I ask one question? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, madam, my paper ID is 1467. Please tell me when it will come because I have some meeting. That's why.
Your paper ID is 467, sir.
Yes, yes.
All right, just give me a minute. I'll just get back to you.
If we can have the next presentation of from the one which is from the requested author, we can have that.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting my paper titled Development of Stimulator to Recognize the Mood Using Facial Emotion Detection. Now, emotions are intense feelings that people feel towards someone or somebody, and detecting emotions can be done very easily by human beings, which is a little complex for machines to do this. Emotions not only indicate our state of mind, but also the functioning of our body. And as studies have shown that feeling positive emotions may increase the lifespan of healthy people. There are two methods which can be used to detect human expressions. The first one is by using the video-based technique, and the second one is biosignals. The one which I have implemented in my model is using the video-based technique in order to extract our facial expressions and detect the person's emotions. The second method is biosignals, by using biosignals like EMG, EEG, EOG in order to gather the required data and pass it through a model and detect the emotions. I have trained and tested my model on the FER 2013 dataset, which is the Facial Emotion Recognition 2013 dataset, which was shaped by Pierre and Aaron. This dataset consists of about 35,877 48 into 48 grayscale images, and they are divided into 7 classes or emotions. These are further divided into 2 groups, that is testing data and training data, for testing and training the model respectively. My process diagram. First of all, I capture a live scale image of the person. I pre-process the image. Then we go through the face detection model. The model then crops the images, um, and then we extract the features, pass it through the model, and predict the emotion. These are some of the outputs. So first we can have a bar graph, which shows the intensity of the emotion which the person feels. Then the cropped image of the face and a statement showing that, yes, this person is feeling happy or this person is feeling sad, etc. The accuracy of the model, I have tested this model on about 100 plus people, and anger and happiness have got about 99% accuracy. The rest of the emotions have got more than 94% accuracy, except disgust, because the training and testing sample of the FER 2013 data set has very less samples in disgust, that is only 111 compared to happiness or all the other emotions, which are approximately 1,000. I am currently working on that to get more samples and improve the accuracy of my disgust emotion. In conclusion, this model which I have prepared can be used in many other fields in healthcare, for example, detecting any mental illnesses, in exhaustion detection, lie detectors, and safety and security. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. In case the house has any question to her.
I have one question. I'm audible to you.
Yes, sir.
My question is very simple. You talk about the training and testing of data. So, what was the proportion of training and testing data which you implement on your data set?
So I have taken it from the FER 2013 model. So the training data set consists about 28,709 images, whereas the testing data set consists of only about 7,168 images.
Okay, Dr. Mahmood, you want to ask something?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, in your model, you are first saying that I went for the pre-processing of my images, and then later on I trained my model. So my question is, when you are having your input in the form of images, and then later on you went for the model building, have you trained your model for images itself, or you converted your images into the grid data first, into some like some CSV format or table format, and then trained to your model?
So I trained my model on images itself. First of all, I normalized the model because of the various grayscale, because of the various contrast, I normalized my images, and that's the same thing what I do for my input as well.
So can you tell me which kind of approach you have used for building your model?
So I've used the convolution neural network.
Yeah, it's a deep learning model, right?
Yes, sir.
But you are saying in terms of your presentation that as per the number of images that you have used exactly for your training purpose is how much in number? Can you recall?
28,709.
Okay. So then you tested it for how many images?
7,168.
And what is the accuracy that you got?
So I had to train and test it for a lot of time. I think I've got about 96% after testing. Yeah, after testing it was about 96.
Okay. Now, if you are making use of this CNN model, so what kind of pre-processing you have done? Because in deep learning, I guess that the feature extraction is already done by this algorithm, right? So why you went for pre-processing before
providing this data to your CNN?
So if you've seen these images over here, there's a contrast in the light or the brightness of the images. Like some images are too dark, some images are too light. In order to have like a similar aspect to it, I have normalized the images.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your paper presentation, and thank you, jury, for asking the query. There was one query for paper ID number 467.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. Are you ready with your presentation? Can you
Yes.
present it now?
Yes.
All right. So we have the presentation for paper title IoT-based deep learning framework to diagnose breast cancer over pathological clinical data. Presented by.
Hello. Yes.
Shashank.
Yes.
Sir. Presented by Dr. Shashank.
My paper title is IoT-based deep learning framework to diagnose breast cancer over the pathological clinical data. And I am Dr. Shashank Degada, Associate Professor and Head of Department, Computer Engineering, Sigma Institute of Engineering, Vadodara, Gujarat. I introduce this paper. Now, based on the abstract, based on my paper, this is my abstract of the paper. The first of all, metastatic of the breast cancer cell is a critical element in determining the patient prognosis, and essential lymph node biopsy may be used to determine the metastasis. The standard pathological examiner produced, on the other hand, is redundant and time is easy to overlook the metastatic lesson. At this moment, the finding of the employing the convolution network to research breast cancer essential lymph node metastases have been obtained, and nonetheless, the accuracy rate is low. The microstatistic detection impact is poor. That's why we go for the research. The multi-channel convolution network model was constructed and the suggested in answer to enforce the changes using the essential lymph node pathological imaging dataset of the breast cancer PCAM. The model employs the stacked multi-channel convolution units and CNN model, as well as keep the layer cross layer connection, the mix of the convolution depth separable convolution and combine of the sum and concatenation operation. Now iteratively train 50% of the photos 35 times to produce the model weights. Then these using accuracy area under the curve under the curve accuracy and area under curve AUC value. Evaluate the test picture. Accuracy is 97.32% and AUC is 98.5%. When compared to the findings of the previous research and mainstream convolution network model, the model score the first in AUC value of 49% and 51% and 100% test sets. The finding indicate that the model is very accurate and recognizing the lymph node metastatic and perform as well as detecting the micro states. Now proposed system: first find the data set from various assets which is removed from the breast unit, test data set accessibility, then linearizing and minorize the picture. Here the twofold changes of picture is performed, which quality total breast image. The thresholding and smoothing the image. Here the determining diminishing is connected, which help in the finding the twofold dimensioning to the picture, finding the fragment zone and the highlight the extraction. The prop district approach is given to extricate the picture highlights, and prop region help in extract the highlights. Here 23 highlights are required. Likewise, ROI region of interest discrete of the intrigue in is extraction utilizing the specific region choice. It help in limiting the preparing. Now apply the ANN approach utilizing the NPR tool. The natural system approach help in preparing finding the precision over the identification. Finally, the calculation parameter was proceed and contrasted with the present methodology, which demonstrate the productivity of the proposed calculation. This is the algorithm semantic ANN. This is the algorithm of semantic ANN, and I am using the semantic ANN. And these are the comparison of I have used the different test image, and I also apply the same SVM on for the accuracy, and I apply the I already told you semantic ANN, and based on the semantic ANN you will get the good accuracy based on the comparative result. You see this is the SVM and versus semantic ANN. I will get the good accuracy in semantic ANN. And conclusion, data mining help in legitimate the learning extraction from the expensive and dynamic dataset. Information mining help in the numerous region, for example security, interruption, location, and advanced human service recognition. Brace malignant growth expansion contains the dataset and constant utilization. It needs the human range of the abilities, which is tedious and expensive while examining the expensive information input. A short content information extreme examination is required to process the data and finding the forecast for the breast malignant growth illness. In this paper, cross over ANN maze methodology with synaptic investigation approach is given, which is throughout the convolution arrangement approach. The outcome result demonstrate the proficiency of the proposed half-breed structure over the convolution semantic and the agreement approach. A further work to manage ongoing the dataset and non-stop extreme parameters should be possible. The work additionally can be lead in equipment reconciliation of the current qualities and going qualities to check its as of use. These are the references I have used. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
My paper ID is 55. Please give the time, madam.
Oh, yes, sir. You are next. We are just about to call you. Any questions to the presenters?
Sir, how in your paper IoT is related to the deep learning framework? You are mentioning that you went for the integration of IoT and deep learning. Can you tell me how?
Please give the time for presentation.
Yes, Dr. Gupta, are we audible to you? Dr. Gupta, are we audible to you?
Hello?
Between this, someone is interrupt me, sir.
Dr. Gupta, are we audible to you? Okay, Abhi, sir, please go ahead.
The presenter is not here. I think we can go to the next person if the presenter is not here.
Right. Please go ahead.
Dr. Gupta is here, so we can ask the question which is being asked by Dr.
Hello.
Yes,
madam.
sir.
Hello, madam.
Yes, Dr. Shisham.
Yes, sir. I am able to hear you. And Dr. Gupta, you are just next on the presentation. We are just about
thank
to
you, madam,
finish.
for giving the time.
Yeah, we are just about to finish the question answer round for the present presentation that we had.
Can we present the paper?
Just hold for 2 minutes, Dr. Gupta. Dr. Rashid was about to ask some question. Sir, please go ahead.
Sir, for the last paper, I was having a question that the title is suggesting IoT based deep learning frameworks. Yes. My point was how this IoT is integrated with the deep learning framework as per the last paper was concerned.
Hello, sir. Can I present my paper?
Dr. Gupta, I appreciate that if you can just wait for 5 minutes. We are about to finish the question answer round for Dr. Shashank. I request you to please cooperate for next 5 minutes.
Hello. I am Dr. Shashank. Hello, my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. We are able to
because
hear you.
There are lots of interrupts are there. I want to tell you, but someone is interrupt me.
No issue. Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, the one question asked by, I don't know, the person, IoT is also used to capture the, because it is a breast cancer based topic, and the breast cancer, for detection of the cancer, we put the data of IoT also, and we analyze the data of IoT, and then we work on the particular SVM and semantic ANN classifier, and we analyze the based on the data of IoT. We analyze it.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Shashank. We are moving forward with the next presentation.
Can I leave? Can I leave?
Yes, sir.
Can I start, madam? Dr. Amit Gupta, can I start my presentation?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can start your
Okay.
presentation.
My PPT is visible?
Yes, sir. I request to please open up your camera also.
Okay, my paper topic is a clustering-based response and recovery time analysis for different temperature for different toxic gases. I'm Dr. Amit Gupta, working as a professor, Nasrapet Engineering College, Andhra Pradesh. Comes to the abstract. Comes to the abstract. Basically, three types of the sensors are there: thin film gas sensor, thick film gas sensor, and metal oxide sensor. So I am using the metal oxide sensor for the nitrogen dioxide, and that this nitrogen oxide that sensor we coded in the sulfonide sensors, gel sulfonide plate. And here, after getting this result, I simulate the anaconda and simulate the writing the Python program and simulate the result in Anaconda software for the simulation of our data. Comes to the introduction. Basically it is a metal oxide gas sensor. Metal oxide gas sensor basically working in the temperature, working in the atmospheric temperature for clustering the data. I am using the CNN techniques for simulation of our data, simulation of our data, simulation of our data. Comes to the algorithm. If I comes to the algorithm, here I am using the algorithm. Here I am using the algorithm for the clustering the data. The first step, select the number of the nodes of the clusters. After selecting the number of nodes, number of the nodes of the clusters, number of the nodes of the clusters. After that, select the random points of the centroid. Assign the each data point for the near centroid. And next step is the calculate the variance and new centroid of each clusters, and repeat these steps in first, second, third step. And after that, I complete the process. Comes to this result. So that time what happened here, I am using the, for this sensor I am using the temperature 300 degrees Celsius, 350 degrees Celsius, and 4 degrees Celsius. If you come to the any sensor, that time recovery time and response time, it is a very good. If your response time is a very good, that time is sensor is very good. If your recovery time is also very good, less, so that time it is a, these are good sensor. Then here I am using the different gas for the different concentration. For different concentration, that time it is a different gas concentration are there. It is I am using the here methanol, propanol, acetone, hydrogen, H2S, and ammonia gases for the different concentration. In different concentration, I am using the, for the different temperature, I find out the different recovery time and response time. And after that recovery time and response time, I simulate the data in K clustering methods. And after you see that if I am working in the 300 degrees Celsius, so that time my data is a clustering of the different methods. If different methods are there, if I am simulate the data into this clustering method, so that time you see that they train the data of the, if a training of the data is there, so that time 94648 is the training of the data is there, training of the data for the 300 degree Celsius. If it comes to the clustering, clustering means similar types of the data. Here you see that if I am giving the seven data sets, out of this seven data sets, the 00 is the indication of the training the data, and sample the data, and 111 are indicates the your training the data. So here what happened? I am using the 7 output, and after the 7 output, it is a 2. It is a sample the data, and 5 is a your train the data. Same. After that, clustering the data, I am using the linear regression method. In this linear regression method, you see that automatically it's training the data and sample the data. If you see that, if your my sample is a 5 data, then you see that the different colors are indicate the, if your training data is there, they indicate these different colors, and sample data is there, that time they indicate the different colors. Different colors. You see that in this colors I am using this one. Automatically training data is different and trained data is different for the 300 degrees Celsius. Comes to the next result. If you have the same condition, I applied the 300 degrees Celsius. In 300 degrees Celsius, what happened? If you see this table, in this table 300 degrees Celsius, recovery time it is a response time it is a 1 to 8, and recovery time it is a varies from the 23 second to 46 second. For using this one, for the 350 degrees Celsius, I am using this one and train the data. So you see that if you go to the this table number 300 degrees Celsius and 350 degrees Celsius, so that time both the sample is different. Both the, because response time and recovery time is different for the different sensors, so different different gases for particular sensors. If you come to this one, again I will train the data and sample the data. So what happened to 00, it is your sample the data, and 77 it is a train the data. That time you see that if I am using this one, so automatically my data is a train the automatically show the different colors for the training the data and sample the data for the 300 degree Celsius, for 350 degree Celsius. This one is again I using the 400 degree Celsius. In this 400 degrees Celsius, if 400 degrees Celsius, the table, if you see the table, that time it is a 400 degrees Celsius. It is a response time. It is a for different gases is a varies from this one. Recovery time it is a 35 to 55 for the different gases. Different gases. So that time what happened? If you go to the 400 degrees Celsius, so that time it is you see that the train data and sample data is different. If the train data is sample data is different, automatically what happened in that case? In that case, you see that automatically it is similar to the here. Here you see that. Here you see that here more sample is there. So automatically, if you are more sample, previously you see that the number of the sample is a reverse. But here what happened if your reverse condition are opposite. If you because here you see in this table you see that most of the values a response time it is a 88899 is there, but here it is a response time it is changes from this one. This one and recovery time it is a similar to this one. Here no much variation is there, but here you see that 350 degrees Celsius so much variation is there. If you go to the 300 degrees Celsius, so much variation is there, but in 400 degrees Celsius not so much variation. This minimum recovery time starts the 35 degree and maximum is the 30. If you go to the 350 degrees Celsius, so that time it is 23 degree and 46 degree double is there. If it comes to the 300 degrees Celsius, so that time minimum it is a 35 and 75. If I go to automatically it is just so much variation is there. If I go to this 400 degrees Celsius, so that time our sample data and train data just reverse. Just reverse because is the training time it is just so much not so much variation is there. So that time what happened? That time it is my sample time it is a five sample data and two train data is there. Means it is indicate this one this sensor it is useful for the 300 degrees Celsius and 350 degrees Celsius, 300 degrees Celsius and 350 degrees Celsius, and this sensor is not useful for the 400 degrees Celsius. If I come to this one, if I comes to this one, so that time what happened? And if response time increase the subtract of the temperature and maximum it is at 350 degrees Celsius and maximum sensitivity of the jigs and dropped of the 23 seconds for the 200 degrees Celsius. And enhance the sensitivity, what happened is improving the ppm to 8 to 350 degrees Celsius, and that time it is my ppm comes to the 80 ppm it is basically parts per millions. If this one is my reference are there, and any questions?
Thank you, sir. In case the jury has any question to put forward.
Any questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. We are moving further to the next presentation. Paper ID is 423.
Can I leave, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Paper ID is 423 and paper title is The Detection of IoT Bootnet Using Machine Learning on IoT 23 Dataset. I would like to call upon Falak for the paper presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is I am audible?
Yes, ma'am, we are able to hear you and request you to please open up your cameras. Also, a request to all the presenters that while presenting, you are supposed to open up your cameras.
Ma'am, is my screen audible? Is my screen visible? Sorry, ma'am.
Yes, we are able to see your screen and hear you as well. I request you to please open up your camera also.
Okay, ma'am, ma'am, wait a minute. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Falak Jilani, going to present my topic on the detection of IoT botnet using machine learning. Here is a list of topics that I am going to explain. Abstract. As we all know that Internet of Things have become an important factor in our life, IoT helps.
Sorry for the interruption, Ms. Palak. I request you to please adhere to the timelines and please specify the main part of the presentation, your
Okay,
objectives, finding, and conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, here is a proposed model. This system proposes an anomaly detection system for IoT security. In my proposed model, a traffic capture unit captures traffic flow from sensors to the central unit. The captured traffic flow will be sent to a compute unit, which can be a cloud or a local computer. Then the compute unit will run various machine learning and deep learning models in order to get the...
Dr. Falak, sorry for the interruption. We will request you to put your doc file in a full mode.
Okay, sorry.
Or the slide file. And if you can get it to slideshow mode, that will be better.
This model, also the compute unit will store the traffic flow to its database for further studies or model recalibration. After getting the performance and cost of the machine learning and deep learning models, the user was, wait a minute. Sir. That is going to be used for anomaly detection. When detecting anomalies, the compute unit will send a message or commands back to the central unit, such as dropping packets, malware scan, physical inspection, marking IP address, and alarming user. With our proposed model, user can choose the machine learning, deep learning model based on the performance and cost, such as accuracy and time cost. Since every user has different situation and usage of an anomaly detection method for IoT security, it's important to offer the best fit for different users. Since our proposed model capture the traffic flow and store them in the database, the new database set can be generated and be used for future recalibration in the existing machine learning, deep learning models to improve further performance. Showing you the various methods that I have used in my study are, first of all, I have used naive bias. Naive bias is a supervised learning algorithm based on Bayes' form. It's generally used for classification problems which predicts based on the probability. It's also known to be simple and effective algorithm for building machine learning models. The overall accuracy in my study, it shows 30% and the time taken to execute is 6 seconds. Now, coming to the next method, it's support vector machine. Support vector machine is a supervised machine learning algorithm used for both classification and regression problems. However, primarily it's used for classification problems in machine learning. Support vector machine tries to find the hyperplane which is dependent on the number of features that classifies the data points. Hyperplane is a decision boundary between the data points to classify them based on either side of the hyperplane. Using the extreme data points such as support vectors, the margin of class square can be maximized, leading to better classification. The it shows and our SVM shows accuracy of 69% and time taken to execute is almost 2 hours. Now, decision tree. It's a supervised machine learning classifier that's generally used for classification problem consisting of nodes and leaves connected by branches. In decision trees, nodes represent features of the data set, leaf nodes represent the outcome, and branches are the decision rules of the classification. The overall accuracy was able to achieve 73%, while the time cost is only around 3 seconds. And the convolution neural network is a deep learning model with minimal pre-processing required with an architecture mimicking pattern of neurons of human brain. It has different layers such as convolutional layer, pooling layer, fully connected layers, and normalization layers. The convolutional layer has several attributes named hyperparameters such as the number of input and output channels, padding size, kernels, and particular width and height. Pooling layers reduce the dimension of data by combining output of previous neuron clustered to a single neuron in the next layer. In convolutional layer, the input of neuron is specific to certain neuron, while in fully collected layer, every neuron receives input from all neurons in the previous layer. And it shows the text accuracy for our CNN model is 69% and time taken to execute is 4 minutes. Now the results that I obtained in my study, I have compared it with other paper study paper. The our comparison it's done on the base of accuracy and the cost of time for each algorithm to execute. For naive bias, it results in an accuracy of 0.30%. For SVM, it results in an accuracy of 0.69, which is about same as compared to CNN and about 6% lower as compared to the decision tree. How the time cost of SVM is about 2 hours, which is 1950 times lower than the decision trees and 24 times lower than the CNN model. For CNN, it results in an accuracy of 0.694, which is lower than the decision tree and higher than the SVM. The time cost of CNN is about 4 minutes, which is 80 times lower than decision tree. Decision tree results in an accuracy of 0.73 and time cost of around 3 seconds, which are the best accuracy and lowest time cost among all the tested machine learning and deep learning algorithms in my study. Now, conclusion. We have present anomaly detection system for IoT security with a performance comparison of different learning algorithms and methods. Based on our results, NeoBIOS has the worst performance of all learning algorithms and methods, and decision tree shows has the highest accuracy with the least cost of time among all machine learning deep learning methods. In the future, more data sets from different environments should be tested in the machine learning deep learning methods used in this study. This can help to further clarify the performance, time cost, and comparison between the methods. Here are the references that I have used. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Palak. Any questions from the jury members, please?
Yeah, I'm having one
Thanks
question.
so much, Ms. Palak. You can unshare your screen.
Yeah, there's a question from my side.
Yes, sir, please.
Yes. As machine learning approach has been used like for the detection of anomalies in networks.
Yes, sir.
So there are high chances when you're going for the training of data with the machine learning approach.
Yes,
if
sir.
it is IoT data, then the representation of data is very important. So have you went for any kind of data validation before going ahead? with the model preparation with
Sir,
machine learning?
I have used a data set in my study that I have used in my reference 20. I have used it from that. It was a recent one that was published in January 2020, I guess. So it consists of network traffic from three different smart home IoT devices. That was the Amazon Echo and the Comfy door locks.
So I'm saying there is the probability of class imbalancing, like in your data, when you are dealing with the IoT systems.
So the downsampling and the upsampling techniques, sir, you are talking about.
I'm speaking about data validation. How you made sure yourself that your classes are balanced.
Yes, sir, I have done it on I have made a simulation on a virtual system, and the data generated on that, I have applied the various machine learning and deep learning algorithms on that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Palak.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Moving further, I call paper ID 479, paper title, A Decentralized Digital Voting System Based on Blockchain Architecture. I would like to call upon Sambhavi Bhardwaj to present the paper, please.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am.
Please share your screen and open up your camera as well.
Just 1 second. Yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, we are able to see your screen. Please open up your camera also, ma'am.
Just Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for giving us opportunity to present our work in this prestigious conference. I am Shambhavi Bharadwaj, BTech CSE student of Calgary University, and one of the authors of our research paper, Decentralized Voting System Using Blockchain Technology. So now, before getting into further details, first let us get overview
Shambhavi, sorry for the interruption. I open up your camera. Yes, thank you. Please.
Okay, so before getting into further details, let us get overview of what is a blockchain. So blockchain is a technology that is rapidly gaining momentum in this era. By design, blockchain is a decentralized, distributed, and often public digital ledger consisting of records called blocks. It is used to record transactions across many computers so that any involved block cannot be altered. So it must be done in a verifiable and a permanent way. Now let us come to the problem that we are facing in our voting system at present. Since the dawn of democracy, elections have always been accused for the lack of transparency and security. As the world is witnessing technological advancement, as societies all over the world are rapidly adopting technology, all aspects of society, a digitalized democratic system of voting might just be the next evolutionary step towards a transparent and trusted electoral system. According to a survey, around 900 million people were eligible for voting in 2019, but around 300 million did not cast their votes because they were not able to reach the polling booth. So we came up with a solution for this problem, that is decentralized voting system. And blockchain with high security and transparency provisions, it is being widely used in payments as well as business, IoT, voting system, etc. As we already discussed, that is an open distributed ledger.
So it records transaction between two parties efficiently and in a verifiable and a permanent way. By storing data across its peer-to-peer network, the blockchain eliminates a number of risks that come with data being held centrally. Blockchain technology can be integrated into multiple areas. The primary use of blockchain today is as distributed ledger. For cryptocurrency, most notably is Bitcoin. Now, there is a simple diagram in front of us. This is a blockchain where the blocks are connected to each other in a linear manner. Here, first one is called hash genesis, and the other blocks are linked to it in a linear manner. Uh, uh, there are three components in one block. First is the data, second one is the hash, and third one is the previous hash. So what is actually a data? Data is the information about the transaction. So it might be a normal information or it might be a transactional information. Next one is the hash, which gets generated from that data only. So this is identification number of a block, and this is unique and unrepeatable. And every block has its own hash. And the third one, as you rightly guessed, is a previous hash, which where each block is connected to its predecessor and successor based on their hash, creating a chain structure. But what if someone tries to hack? Now look at the right side figure. In this, if someone tries to change the data, then hash gets changes, which is also linked to another block. For this to work, hacker needs to change the previous hash of next block, which would change that block's hash as well. So that would keep on going. So it's really not feasible to tamper the data of blocks connected to the blockchain. Now, what happens in a distributed ledger is that there is only one ledger, and all nodes have access to the same ledger. It does not have any central authority, unlike, let's suppose we talk about a bank, where there is a central authority. But in distributed ledger, there is no central authority, and all nodes have to validate each and every transaction with each other. Nodes aggregate validated transactions into blocks, and then because it is unlike, like there is no legal manager or supervisor, so they maintain a consensus protocol as well. Now take a look at the project workflow. So a country holds an election, and to prevent voter fraud, they create a commission or autonomous organization who is basically responsible to create the election and to prevent any tampering of votes. So they create a contract, which is basically a digital one, and that contract will assign the users with the tokens. User is basically us who are voting, and so we are issued with some kind of tokens, and that then people start voting. And voting is what happens is that it is actually a transaction taking place at the back end of the blockchain server, and every vote is recorded on the blockchain out here on Ethereum, while allowing everything to run by itself and decentralized. Now we have come to the question that when there is already a voting system which is more familiar, then why do we need this technologically advanced and complex blockchain-based voting system? This is because current voting system like ballot box voting or electronic voting suffer from various security threats such as DDoS attacks, polling booth capturing, vote alteration and manipulation. And it also requires huge amount of paperwork, human resources, and time. This creates a sense of distrust among existing system as well. Some of the disadvantages of present system are long queues during elections, security breaches like data leaks, vote tampering, a lot of paperwork are involved, hence less eco-friendly and time-consuming. Difficult for differently able people and migrant persons to reach polling booth. And the cost of expenditure on election is also very high. On the other hand, when we use blockchain-based voting system, it has capabilities to overcome the problems of traditional voting system, like enhanced security, reduced time and energy of voters, no long queues during elections, less paperwork, reduced cost of expenditure. But it does not have only pros and pros. It has cons as well. Like there is threat to privacy of identity. Like if we are linking our token with any kind of Aadhaar card, phone number, or email, so there is the threat to privacy of us. And it is less trusted by people because blockchain is really very complex to understand. So they just reject it at the first place. Now, in today's world, blockchain is not just limited to crypto, but also to major areas like healthcare, supply chain management, to track expensive gemstones. But the primary use of blockchain today is as distributed ledger for cryptocurrency, most notably Bitcoin, and obviously as decentralized voting. Countries all across the globe are collaborating to develop a blockchain system for voting to overcome the problems faced by traditional voting system. Sierra Leone has become the first country to conduct a blockchain-based voting system. And in India also, the chief election commissioner said that the electronic voting system would solve the problem of people being unable to vote because they live or work away from their hometowns. Hence, Election Commission of India is also collaborating with Indian Institute of Technology to develop a blockchain-based voting system. Therefore, it is safe to conclude that blockchain has taken the world by storm, and it is definitely proving to be a savior in election process by ensuring uncorrupted elections. These are my references. And at last, I'd like to thank you all and for being such a patient and supportive listener. Thank you so much. If any queries, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shambhavi, for your presentation. Any questions to her? Any questions from the jury member to her? Okay, thank you so much, Shambhavi.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Moving further, for the next paper presentation, we have ID number 478, and the paper title is Design of Butterfly Model Path in Hexagonal Conformal Array Antenna for SAR application. I would like to call upon TPS Kumar for the paper presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Oh, yes. Please open up your camera and share your screen.
Okay. Is my this one is visible, ma'am?
Yes, screen visible.
Study.
It would be great if you can put it on full screen mode.
Okay. So good afternoon, one and all. The details in the chase. So here I am presenting my work is a design of butterfly model patch antenna in a hexagonal conformal array for ASR applications here. So mainly here my work is under the conformal. My object is to define the novel antenna, and then that will be made for the conformal antenna. And here I'm using as a buffer as a substrate, and as the dimensions I'm using here. And the bandwidth what I'm getting is 300 megahertz, and the range of the frequency is 9.8 gigahertz to 10.18 gigahertz in this one. And here this is a conformal antenna. Why? What is the need of conformal antenna is nothing but when you go for air traffic vehicles and unmanned vehicles and all, we need an antenna over there for radar application and some applications. And there, if you want to put a planar antenna, we need to provide some covering box to make it as a um, stable that one to secure to provide the obstacles from another thing. When we provide some secured coverage for that one, and here when I make it as a conformal, and the antenna will be conformed to the shape of the structure where you want to put the antenna. So these are two types of conformals. One is the entire sheet will be like a foldable, that is flexible material. Otherwise, we may take it as a on the shape itself. We can put our antenna over here. So this is a simple introduction about the conformal antenna. And my object is this one: define a single novel planar antenna and make it as a conformal. And this is a methodology. I design one antenna and verifying with required things, and do some optimization and fabrication. If it is done for the simulation, we will go for the fabrication and verify in the VNA analyzer. So this is a single butterfly antenna, novel antenna I designed here with SW and SLSL, and then the width of the antenna. And this yellow color shape is like a we taken as a butterfly shape to make it as lambda by 2 wavelength here. And the corresponding return loss what we got is the S1 is at 10 gigahertz, and there is a X band for and X band, and we use it for the SR applications. Okay, so there is a aperture application, and this is a single antenna we made as a conformal, taken as a hexagonal pyramid, and a truncated hexagonal pyramid, and six sides of the pyramid we made as a we embedded these six single antennas and the sides of the or surfaces of the hexagon or truncated hexagonal pyramid, and we can as a each and every element has a separate port. And This is what the conformal and conformal to the hexagonal pyramid. And this is the radiation pattern. What we got increased radiation pattern 3.6, and VSWR and S1 both are came like a single batch, and now we got a result for the conformal also. We got the same result at 10 gigahertz, and this is a VSWR dependency at 10 gigahertz. We got the VSWR less than 2, and in this one is a conformal antenna. It will be like a cone structure. So in front side of the any vehicle, so we can embed this structure, and there is no it will be conformed to that one. So, and this is a conformal antenna. My made this is a hexagonal conformal antenna for expand application. This is what my work is. So this is the references. So any queries?
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions to him? All right. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. We are moving further for the paper IT 032, and the paper title is Statistical Based Feature Extraction for Diabetic Retinopathy Detection Using Statistical Features. I would like to call upon Ritika for paper presentation here. Ritika, are you there for the paper presentation? I'm able to see you in the list. Can you just unmute and confirm once? Okay. Next paper ID we have number 034. Paper title is Studies on Antivirus Software Tools, Strong Weapon to Protect the Systems. We have the paper presentation as Nilesh, Pradeep, and Abhay Mishra.
Yeah, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you're audible. We are able to hear you.
Is it visible? Still is visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all the panelists. I am Dr. Nilesh Kate and my co-presenter Dr. Pradeep Padhyay are here. Our topic for presentation is Studies on Antivirus Software Tools, a Strong Weapon to Protect Systems. So coming to the introduction part of this, I hope my screen is fully visible.
Yes,
now?
yes, sir. Your screen is full screen.
Okay. Now coming to this, this topic is related to antivirus software brands. Now in this case, I have just considered global market scenario of antivirus software brand, and it is expected to increase reach to $4.54 billion in 2025, with a CAGR growth rate of 3.8% from $3.8 billion in 2020. If you see the Indian market, it is a highly promising market. Potential growth is very huge. It is expected to, if you see the cybersecurity spending by 2025, it is 226,000 crore. That investment is expected to spend in cybersecurity. If you see the Indian antivirus software market, it is expected to reach by 14,782 crore by 2024. Major drivers for this growth are increasing internet penetration, rapid increase of mobile devices, IoT sectors, rise in cybersecurity expenditure and spendings, emerging trends in IT, SMEs, edutech hubs in India, as per 6W Research Report 2021. Now, if you said why we have taken this topic, this is the importance of this topic, and we are trying to focus on major brands of antivirus software industry and related to this selected target markets and what is consumer perception towards this brand. That's why we have tried to highlight this consumer perception towards this antivirus software brand with the help of perceptual map technique. The perceptual map, it is a multivariate statistical technique. With the help of that, we are trying to highlight complex relationship between major antivirus software brands and consumer purchase criteria related to that. So coming to the research objective, our research objective to find out relative importance importance with respect to various attributes related to while buying antivirus softwares. And second, foremost important object to that is to identify the various brand positioning in the mind of consumer with respect to different attributes. So we have considered 19 attributes, and we have tried to show that brand perception, brand positioning with the help of perceptual mapping by using discount analysis. In this, our research paper, we have used descriptive research design. In that, we have used single cross-sectional research design. Target population is all the consumers, those who are using antivirus software brands in selected brand. We have selected only 5 brands in from city of Pune. And in this case, we have used non-probability convenience sampling. We have distributed 135 questionnaire, but out of that, we received only 105. Out of that, 5 papers have been discarded due to the ambiguous and incomplete responses. So we have considered altogether 100 sample size. For that, we have used 5-point Likert scales. For brands, we have studied these brands: Max Secure, Quickfield, Net Protector, and Norton, and Avast. These are the 5 brands we have considered in our study with 19 attributes such as price, dealer experience, on-site technical assistant, live update, total security, user friendliness, scanning speed, default user policy, 24/7. These are all service-related attributes. And for analysis, we have used attribute-based perceptual mapping by using multi-group discount analysis by using SPSS 21 version software. So coming to the sample characteristics, in our study, we found that out of total respondent, most of the respondents belong to the female group. And if you see the age group, most of the respondents, 74% respondents belong to 25 to 35 age group. Most of the 72% respondents belong to working professionals in this case, and 52% respondents belong to high income group, that is more than 6 lakhs. If you see our objective number 1, as per this analysis, we found that total security. So this is one of the foremost important relative attributes considered by all the respondents. Then scanning speed, then price, service, and user friendly. So these are the top 5 important attributes we have as per the data analysis. We got it. If you just see, this is the perceptual map drawn with the help of canonical discriminant functions and function group centroid and structural matrix. That is the output from SPSS software by using discriminant analysis. So this perceptual map, it is a graphical representation for this brand. If you can see various brands located as per the group centroid: Max Secure, Quick Heal, Net Protector, Avast, Norton, and Avast. These are the 5 brands, and these are the 19 attributes we have considered. This perceptual map shows the positioning of each attribute as compared to the brand's positioning. We found that Max Secure is one of the is having strong position in terms of total security functions, and overall service experience is very high as compared to other competitor brands. Quickfill, we found more user friendly and scanning speed is moderate, and that is as compared to other brand, it is expensive software. Net Protector is having high scanning speed. It is a very low cost software, and overall service experience is higher as compared to other brands. And we found that Norton and Avast is having weak position in all the attributes. In this case, we have just identified top most important attributes and least important attributes as per the brand. We found that Max Secure consists of default user policy setting, live update, their service support, 24-hour service support. Quickly is very well known for live update, total security, user friendly, and Net Protector for scanning speed, total security, user friendliness. So these are the topmost fields. As compared to this analysis, we can suggest each brand is having unique position except Norton and Avast. All other brands having strong attributes association as per the analysis of discriminant functions. Implications of our study, with the help of this study will be useful for all the antivirus software brands, manufacturer and retailer to understand consumer in detail, and so that according to that they can understand what is the weak attributes according to total product features, and they can work on improvement of their weak areas so that they can formulate marketing strategy to capture more market and to understand their consumer in better fashion. And limitations and feature scope of our study is that this study is limited to Pune city only, and we have selected only 5 rands. This study is single cross-sectional study. If you go with the longitudinal or qualitative research design, then we may get different results. The results may vary, and if you expand the geographical area, the sample size, the result will be different. That's it. Yeah, thank you from our side. Any question?
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. The jury or the audience, if they have any query or question, they can put forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. Yes.
Ma'am, paper ID is 032. Ritika, ma'am. So, some technical
Ritika. All right, Ritika. So you are ready with your presentation now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we have presentation by paper ID 032 Ritika, and her paper title is Statistical Based Feature Extraction for Diabetic Retinopathy Detection Using Statistical Features. Ritika, you can share your screen and open up your camera, please.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, due to network issue, I'm not able to open, ma'am. You can start next paper, ma'am. I'll try to join.
Right, Ritika. You can fix your technical glitch, then we'll call you at the end, Ritika. Next, we have paper ID number 041, paper title Towards Identification of Security Threat and Vulnerabilities in the Internet of Things. Who is going to present this paper? We have two presenters named here, Richa and Rama. Are you both here? Miss Richa and Miss Rama? Rama, Sushil and Richa. Richa?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. You will be presenting this paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, my screen is not sharing.
We are able to see your screen, Richa.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, we are able to see your screen. Please open up your camera as well.
Yes.
Okay, we are able to see you as well. All right, and it would be great if you can put it on full screen. Okay, thank you.
Okay. A very good afternoon, all the dignitaries present here. I'm Richa Singhai presenting a topic that is towards identification of security threats and vulnerabilities in Internet of Things. I'm research scholar and in DIT University, Dehradun. Here now I am presenting this content part, that is introduction, related work, security threats and vulnerabilities in IoT, conclusion and references. Now I am showing here first of starting that is Internet of Things. Internet of Things, that means linked all the devices together. So here there are three types of computing that is centralized computing, client-server computing, and distributed computing. So here, grid computing and cloud computing are example of distributed computing technology, and IoT technologies uh, may be possible because of distributed computing technology. So now I focused here threats and vulnerabilities. So here now firstly introduce the threat. Threats means wakeful and unpleasant uh, incidents. So that that may be an danger. So this is threat. Now I'm introducing vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities, that means these allow threats, flaw, and some deficiencies in systems. So it maybe occur threats proceeds. So here vulnerabilities is major weakness of system. It may be possible because of um, wrong coding and bad infrastructure as well. Now I'm showing my related work. These I am so work already worked. So I studied and these work. Now I focused mainly. I focused in security and privacy challenges in IoT. What are the challenges occur in IoT security network? So here authentication. Authentication is major challenge because all devices is linked together. So authentication is major challenges here. Now so many challenges we are faced when worked in IoT infrastructure: unreliable threat detection methods, big data, policy enforcement, security, secure middleware, autonomous system, social engineering, exit control, vulnerabilities in physical, digital environments, confidentiality, insufficient testing device, AI-based tools, complex system, mobile security. So these are basic challenges in IoT infrastructure. Now I further proceed. These are attacks. So various attacks and different layer. So here I am presenting, firstly I am presenting threats. After that I focused in security attacks. These are four layer infrastructure in IoT system. So here perception layer, network layer, middleware layer, and application layer. So mainly I focus my work in application layer, that is sniffing attack, service interruption attack, and propagate attack. Now I also work in network layer. So very danger attack, that is distributed denial attack, RFID sniffing attack, phishing attack, sinkhole attack, traffic analysis, and wormhole attack. Now I proceed work and various vulnerabilities in IoT network.
Dr. Richa, sorry to interrupt. We will request you to jump to the core part of your work.
Yes, sir.
And
yes,
then
sir.
conclude.
Definitely.
Since
Okay,
we are having paucity of the time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So here now, my main focus that is vulnerabilities, various vulnerabilities in IoT network. So here I found some major vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities not found in any paper, not work done in any paper. So these all vulnerabilities I found majorly. So that is keeps track of security secret keys ecosystem, and so many. Here I show here already vulnerabilities in IoT network. So in my paper I conclude this is the form because of I work for IoT 23rd data set. So here I will conclude this vulnerabilities and security attacks summarize, and then I proceed mitigate plan for IoT security network using machine learning and deep learning. So here I conclude my work: the Internet of Things, enhancing efficiency, optimizing price, maximizing energy, support protection, and providing consumers with a great deal of convenience. Security danger have become more prevalent, and system and data processing become more diverse. So my this will be help for privacy, security attack, and vulnerabilities in Internet of Things. I will proceed mitigation plan for this identified vulnerabilities in IoT. Thank you. These are references.
Thank you, Richa. Next paper ID is 076, Methods of Congestion Control in Wired Network with Reinforcement Learning, a Review, to be presented by M. Jhansi Lakshmi.
Yes, madam. Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon to all the panel members. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You can please share your screen
Okay.
and turn on your camera, please.
Okay, ma'am. Now let me share the screen, ma'am. Madam, is it my screen is visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Ma'am, now?
No, ma'am, not yet.
One minute, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am, in case there is any technical difficulty, can we move to the next presentation, please? We can schedule your presentation after this. Lakshmi ma'am, are you there? Alright, moving to the next presentation, paper ID 078. Microstructural investigation with process variants in SPSS methods of YSZ coating on SS304, to be presented by Mr. R. Sudarshan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, sir. You can please turn on your camera and share your screen.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible, sir. We request you to please put it on slide screen, full screen mode.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, good evening, everyone. This is Sudarshan from Hyderabad, Geetanjali College of Engineering and Technology. My topic is microstructural investigation with process variants in SPPS method of YSZ coatings on SS304. SPPS means solution precursor plasma spray. Solution precursor plasma spray. Right, here before entering into this abstract and all, just I want to give some introduction about thermal spray. It is an innovative process, and here basically we have powder coating plasma spray systems, but nowadays the people are using the solution precursor plasma spray. So instead of powder coating, we are using solution. The method is same, but we are changing the powder into solution precursor. Right. So here basically we have prepared the solution precursor as zirconyl nitrate zirconyl nitrate with the help of zirconium oxide and potassium bisulfate. We have taken 20 grams of zirconium oxide and 80 grams of potassium bisulfate to make this zirconyl nitrate. So here, basically, we have seen that we have changed the parameters, two parameters, that is, one is raster speed and distance. By changing these two parameters, half the coating is occurring and how the what is called this microstructure is changing. That we have seen here in this paper basically. So here we can see that experimental setup for the solution precursor plasma spray. This is the schematic diagram we can see on this slide. Here from this pipe, we can say this is the pipes we have used here, and so from here we will get the air, right? Air we will get from this side, and from here we will pour the solution precursor, right? And with the help of this pressure that will come down through this nozzle, that will fall on the flame which is coming from the plasma, and that will fall on the substrate here. The substrate will be like this, and on this particular substrate we will coat with the solution precursor, right? That will come like this, that will fall on the substrate. So this is the basic idea of it, right? So this is the nozzle we can see here, the nozzle arrangement, and these are the parameters we have used, right? This argon is 80, and this sample 1 and sample 2. We have taken 2 samples and we have changed these parameters. See this rostering speed, and here this is the distance. The distance between the, here I will show you, the distance between the nozzle and the substrate. This is the distance, right? This is the distance, we can see that. How much? 110 and 100 mm. Right. So we have quoted on the sample 1, this is SS304. We got the microstructures like this. So here we can see the pores. These are the wide pores we can see here. And these are the small pores, right? So we can see these different kinds of structures here. Based upon the magnification, we can see this. So these are the elements will be there. We can see the elements in the EDS, oxygen, yttria, and zirconia. So we have added yttria also to this zirconium oxide and potassium bisulfate to prepare that solution precursor as zirconyl nitrate. So this is the XRD. We can see the density of the coating. We can see here the density of the coating. We can see here how that is coming. This is sample 2, and here the parameters have changed. So for the sample 2, the raster speed is 700 mm and the distance is 100 mm. So here we are getting, these are the mud cracks. These cracks have called mud cracks. So because of these mud cracks, we will get some failures. So that we have to see and we have to finalize which parameter is good for this particular coating. That we will see in the, here also the uniform coating is there, but the intensity, the density is lesser than the first one. So here in the conclusion, we can see that. So here, with increase in the rastering speed and a decrease in the spray distance, the coatings were much denser, right? Increasing the raster speed and decreasing this spray distance. This is a very, very important thing to get the denser coating and a good microstructure also, right? And we are getting the pores also. See, to change this powder to the solution precursor plasma spray, here we will get the porous structure. Porous structure that is important here to release the stresses which will get on this coating. These are the things we have observed in this. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. If the jury or the audience can have any question, they can put forward. All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Calling our next paper ID number 453. Paper title, Dealing Big Data Using Improved Fuzzy C-Means Based Improved Redundant Particle Swarm Optimization with Map Reduction. I would like to call upon Venkata.
Can you give the chance to me, ma'am, please? Because of that problem, I'm not able to give the presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just come back to you after this presentation.
Okay, ma'am.
I would request, yes, sir, you can share your screen and open up your camera, please.
Is it visible, ma'am? My screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm able to see your screen. I appreciate if you can make it full screen.
Full screen. Okay. Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And please open up your camera as well.
Camera. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Sir, respected delegate. My title is Dealing Big Data Using Improved Fuzzy means improved redundant particle swarm optimization with map reduction is my title. I'm Dr. Venkat Subbayya with my colleague Dr. K. Narayan from Andhra Pradesh. And outlines of my work is mainly introduction, related work, map reduction based redundant particle swarm optimization, that is MRRPS, on proposed work, experimental results, conclusion, and references. First, this is introduction. Mainly, motivation for this is big data is critical for business or academia in the computers or software engineering to the understanding of big data, and it is the starting point for the processing and analysis and information. When it is end product of those efforts in the context of big data in 7 V's. So totally, volume, value, velocity, variability, validity, veracity, and
sorry for the interruption, sir. Just because of the time constraint, we are running short of time. I request you to please discuss your research objective, finding, and final conclusion.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Sure. So actually, my work is here in this work, redundant purpose from optimization with multi-object optimization, that is MOO, MR, RPSO, with improved fuzzy means IFCM, clustering mechanism to use along with map reduction model. Here, this based on optimization mechanism is developed for the selecting both appropriate clusters with optimal centroids in the IFCM by using PCA features-based object functions and methods named as MOO, IFCM, RPSO method with map reduction. And here this is related work. And main algorithm here we are using map reduction based redundant particle span optimization. That is MR RPSO algorithm. And this algorithm is this one. And here this is I'm going to use. And in this is proposed work. In this proposed work here, the suggested technique uses the improved evolutionary computing algorithm to optimize IFCM and IFCM for the big data analysis in order to create a resilient and computationally efficient big data analysis model for the current stages. And here we are using here word-to-vec semantic approaches to extract low-dimensional semantics characteristics from the suicide data set, since it is compromised wide range of unstructured and heterogeneous materials. So here mainly we are focusing on this one we employed MNAST, cache MNAST, and USPS data sets based on three sources of data as benchmark for the research. And here main steps involved in this is proposed methodology steps. Here data set selection and pre-processing, word feature extraction, feature selection, and optimal clustering with IFCM clustering and MOO AGA is map reduction. And here mainly this is experiment. This is proposed framework mainly. So this is IFCM clustering. This is framework for my work, and this is the experimental result. So here this suggested MR RPSO IFCM method works in random with map reduction with estimated fitness of the each data element to become the centralized using the mapper function. So here mainly we are the following this method: feature selection method, cluster efficiency, performance evaluation. Based on these three are the main things here. So regarding this first one, feature selection method, here our proposed method, that is so here MR RPSO IFCM method is the proposed one, and that is comparing with the other methods like FCM, that is in both cases all CCA cases. So here all the different possibilities for checking. So all these checks here, also all FCM, CCA, FCM, all IFCM, CCA, IFCM, all RPSO, IFCM, and CCA, RPSO, IFCM. Comparatively, my proposed method is getting better results with this selection. And similarly, these are the values. So it is FCM, IFCM, and MR, RPSO, IFCM method. So comparatively, this is giving a better value. And clustering efficiency. So regarding this clustering efficiency, so this proposed method, MOO, RPSO, IFCM clustering shows the highest the precision of 92.81%, followed by closely with precision performance 90%. So here this is clustering efficiency. So this complete values are showing this table, and this is the graph. So from this this is showing that our proposed method is giving better results.
Sir, I once again request you to please wind up your presentation, please.
Okay, just conclusion. Okay. So this is the performance. This is conclusion. So conclusion is an adaptive clustering model for MOO, MR, RPSO, and IFCM is presently in this study. So from this, our proposed method IFCM is giving better results for the above. or these are the different references? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. In case if anyone has any questions, you can put forward your questions. Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I would now like to call upon paper ID 076, paper title Methods of Congestion Control in Wired Networks with Reinforcement Learning, a review. I would like to call upon Neetu Jhansi Lakshmi for the same. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon to all the panel members. Let me share the screen, ma'am. Ma'am, are you able to see the screen, ma'am?
We are not able to see your screen.
Here it is showing sharing the screen like that, ma'am.
It's not visible, ma'am. We're able to see you, hear you, but your screen is not visible.
Just 1 minute, ma'am. Ma'am, may I know till what time this program is going to be continue, ma'am?
We are left with only few presentations now. Okay. You can fix your technical glitch and we can accommodate you at the end of the session.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Because I don't know what happened, what is wrong, but I am interested to give the presentation. Last I can give.
Okay, you can fix your technical glitch.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Calling next paper ID number 454, paper title Load Balancing and Parallel Computation Model for Performance and Accuracy over the Cluster of Nodes. I would like to call upon Vasudha for the presentation, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Vasudha.
Yes, we are able to hear you. Please share your screen. So, other participants, please mute yourself.
1 second, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but we are not able to see your screen, Vasudha. Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay. So
please open up your camera as well.
Yes, already open, ma'am.
Okay.
So I want to present on my title is load balancing and parallel computing model for performance and accuracy over the cluster nodes. So I'm Vasudha, assistant professor of Vasavi College of Engineering. Along with me, my colleagues Srividya and Anusha also presenting this paper. So today I'm presenting this paper. And next, so coming to abstract, so it is a building on well-established research in internet solutions, networks, and utility computing. And it is on the cloud computing based one. It's related to it's based on the load balancing and parallel computing factors.
I request you to please highlight the main body of the presentation, your objectives, finding, and final conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So here, for that, the result indicate that combining the AD, PM, that is adaptive task load model, and the ATLM. So these improves the training efficiency without compromising the model of correction. And next, so the existing system has a problem, like a major So existing system has it's a major problem with the cloud computing is the difficulty in properly load balanced by allocating the task to the right servers and clients individually. Means who are going to means requesting for the server to serve the jobs. So they by using the old techniques, they are going to face some technical issues. We are going to rectify in this work. So here, by using this load factor and parallel computing, so we solve those. And load here the load term commonly used in cloud computing to describe the feasibility of assigning different tasks to virtual machines. So there are two ways of deal with the load balancing issues. The first one is allocation of task, and the next one is task migration management. So these are the two describing ways to calculate the load balancing issues. So these are and it will continue like this. The scalable and efficient attributes of cloud computing may reach by sustaining the good directions of cloud tools, and all these cloud tools will be from the digital form. That's the main feature of this cloud network. So here, this is it's a block diagram. So this is a user. He is interacting with the interface, and whatever the jobs he is requesting to the server, so it will be collected by task manager, and all these jobs will be sent to the scheduler through the queue, and it will be back to the task manager through the queue. So all these are the resource managers and the load balancer, and all the resources will be allocated to the particular client or the users. And next, this is a one more black diagram which I am dealing with in this work. So here it is a client, and this client has these all of the faces may interact with the module, and these are the virtual machines through which the jobs will be done, and it will be fetched back to the client. And my final in this work, I want to conclude the improving the model has the capability of load balancing on which virtual machine and the identity, the task length in order to perform the distributed processing over the virtual machine. So this session will apply the this section will apply the load balancing model even for the task execution, as to shift the task from one virtual machine to other in terms of executing the task in a better way. So this is an enhanced model which will advances the existing technique by using virtual machines through the hosts. That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasudha. In case anyone has any question to put forward to her. Okay, thank you, Vasudha.
Okay, ma'am.
You can unshare your screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Next, I would like to call upon paper ID number 465, paper title Remote Solar Microgrid Output Current Transit Diagnosis. I would like to call upon Bala Venkata for the paper presentation.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. We are able to hear you.
I will just share my screen. It is going to be a very brief presentation, though. Yeah, 1 second. Just give me a moment.
Yes.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. We are able to see your screen.
Okay. I will start the slideshow from the beginning. Ma'am, this topic, there is some disturbance somewhere. Some disturbance is there. That is right. Okay. So the topic is remote solar microgrid output current transient diagnosis, ma'am. We are trying to see the behavior of the solar microgrid to various transient and subtransient responses. Now, I am presenting this as the first author. There are other authors like one Dr. Hemalata, Dr. Anurag Srivastava, Dr. Bhaskar Pant, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Jain and Dr. S. Hemavati. I come from Shadan Women's College of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. Now, first I'll make it brief, but what is a microgrid first? A microgrid is a small grouping of energy sources and loads. These normally operate in connection and synchronism. They can go with a centralized electrical grid. They can be connected to a grid, then it is a macro grid, or they can run independently. When it is a solar case, that is the case of the microgrid. So, one case there is a way of effective integration of various distributed generation sources, then particularly renewable energy sources which have been acquiring importance. So, being able to integrate these particular renewable energy sources. So, this gives us an alternative, a reliable alternative, and in an emergency it also enables you to convert between the isolated mode and the grid power. That means you can either operate it as a standalone system or you can connect it with the grid depending on the requirements of the grid. Then a microgrid may be linked to and disconnected from the electrical grid, enabling it to operate in both grid connected and island mode. Then, now the importance of the study, the majority of the microgrids are now integrated, as is the provision of digital protection and control units. T.K. Das and others have proposed a number of fault analysis approaches for solar microgrid systems. Yet, only few studies have been able to identify distinct types of microgrids with various inverters based on the subtransient and transient nature of various electrical parameters such as voltage, current, power, etc. As such, this research will attempt to classify current microgrids based on the subtransient and transient nature of different key electrical features. Subtransient and transient of voltage and current of different microgrid systems for different inverter configurations have been analyzed in this, and the configurations have been observed. For instance, one categorization based on the subtransient transient of voltage and current, VDC and IDC. So if we take a case called group A, we group them into two. One is for the ideal switches, IGBT diodes. The nature we find is that the voltage is exponentially decreasing during subtransient and transient period, and current is showing exponentially decreasing at subtransient and transient period. Likewise, if we look at the ideal switches, IGBT diodes and voltage source converters based on average model, the voltage is in ramp form and current is of a nature. Then we have got classification based on the subtransient, transient of active power and reactive power. So we classify these into three categories. So for the group A, IGBT diodes and others, we have active power in both cases exponentially increasing during subtransient and transient periods. Then step in nature during steady state. For group B, thyristors and diode, all powers are in the step form. Okay. Then, just give me a second. Then we have likewise a type of classification, comparative chart for the subtransient, transient behavior of various electrical parameters.
Sir, your slides are not moving.
Okay.
I'm unable to see your first slide.
Oh no, is that so? Okay, ma'am. Now, 1 second, ma'am. Just 1 second. Is it visible, ma'am? This particular, is this conclusion visible? Conclusion
is visible, but only the first slide we are able to see here. Your PPT is not moving, sir.
Let me just try once again. Start slideshow again. from current slide. Okay. Now, ma'am, any improvement?
No, sir. We are still able to see only the first slide.
Oh. Then I will stop the share.
You can share it again.
I'll try again. Is it visible, ma'am?
No, sir.
Maybe I'll close this, ma'am, with a conclusion then.
You can verbally conclude your presentation, sir.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. So the transient and subtransient based microgrid categorization has been performed in this study. Then this was accomplished by researching several models utilized in microgrid systems such as IGBT diodes, MOSFET diodes, GTO diodes, then ideal switches, switching function, voltage source converter, VSC, thyristors, diodes, average model VSC units. Then various relevant electrical characteristics such as voltage, current, active power, reactive power, and so on have been noticed. Then at normal load, the subtransient and transient behavior of certain values was observed. Based on the observations, it is seen that subtransient and transient based classification of various types of modern microgrid systems has been performed, and with regard to those useful parameters which will be useful for modeling, synchronization, protection, and performance analysis of various microgrid systems. Thank you, ma'am. And the bibliography in about 30, sir. Thank you. Sir.
You can unshare your screen, sir.
Okay, ma'am, I'll do that.
Next, calling paper ID number 443, paper title, a lightweight authentication via unclonable function for industrial Internet of Things. I would like to call upon Mohammed Zuhair for the paper presentation here. So, are you here for the paper presentation? Mohammed Zuhair, we are able to see you. Can you just unmute and confirm once?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just doing it. Yeah, my screen is visible to you all?
Yes, we are able to see your screen.
Yeah, just a second. There is some issue.
Yeah. Yes, your screen is visible.
Yeah. Slides are changing, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Slides are also changing. I appreciate if you can just open up your camera as well.
Yeah, just a second. I've done it.
Yes, sir. We are able to see you now.
Yeah.
And please adhere to the timelines. We are running short of time.
Yeah, I know. I know the schedule. Yeah. So my paper title is a lightweight authentication via unclonable function for industrial Internet of Things, that is IIoT. I am presenting the paper as one of the co-author. My name is Mohammed Zuhair, and I am working as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Nirma University, Ahmedabad. My co-authors are Pranay Bhattacharya, Kartik Patel, Chandan Trivedi, and then myself. So the outline of this paper is, so my presentation is like abstract, survey, then initial overview, challenges, design, validation, security, performance, and then conclusion. So I'll move it quickly, and I'll skip few of the things due to the shortage of time. So in the survey, we have seen like there are several papers and they have their own limitations that we have shown in the paper also. Like In the surveys, we have, I've included only 6, though we have 10 or 11 comparison in the paper. So here we have tables. The second column is title, and then P1 is for authentication, P2 is for data privacy, P3 is for PUF based system, T1 represents the technology, and T2 is the target applications. For the papers that are being presented here, they have some of the limitations, like either in P1 or in P2 or in P3, and then the application is being shown in T3. Like T3 design, like paper is based on general terms, the paper is based on agriculture, the paper is based on agriculture, transportation, or any other means. So these P1, P2, P3 are basically the shortcomings that we can address. Then T1 is the technology that they are using. So there are technologies like people are using 6-layer architecture, blockchain, cloud, physical architecture, and all those things. So from this we have analyzed and we have conducted a survey, and then we are presenting the initial overview, like what is IoT. In an Internet of Things, the network is set of interconnected devices that interact with each other without such user intercessions. So, for example, smart vehicles, smart home, or wearable smart watches that we can have, where we have IoT devices that is connected to internet, and the data is being transferred to any of the server. It may be cloud or any local servers. Okay. So the challenges with this is that we need a model that provide authentication based. That authentication should have or should contain low uses of memory, low computation power, and low communication overheads. So in the design, we can have mathematical computation equation, challenge response pair will provide authentication between IoT and server, which is secure and less memory uses. We are using hash function and XOR operations. So in this design, we have input challenge response pair like ICR and R equal to PIC, where we can, where server select one of the IC pairs and send in an input to the IC to the particular node. The node needs to obtain a response R based on the input challenge IC. Okay, the output is identical to that or a random number. So assumptions that we have taken over here is like every IoT device is self-contained machine. Any attempt to extract the MCE function from the system should cause the MCE function to be destroyed. Eavesdropping, spying, spoofing, and or tampering with the connection between a device storage and the MCE function is impossible. Initial MCE pair could be manually entered or automatically imported into the registry database from an operator register. Wireless network communication can be intercepted. An attacker can initiate a connection with other person. Data can be pushed into the network. Look at the case of IoT system IDX that wants the authentication with the servers. It is possible that the device has already authenticated with the server. So this is an ith authentication event. So the basic algorithm that we have device is this. So here we can say, like in this algorithm, we have like in the previous image we have seen, like the message 1, the IoT node initially delivers the unique ID with SHA1 IDX and had a randomized number N1 to the server. Then in the step 2, if the server does not include HIDX in its memory, authentication either fails or else go to the next step. In the step 3, server picks the MCE IOR stored against HIDX and produces a random number N2. That is seen in message 3. The server replied to the node IDX with IC and all the computation is being done. Then in step 4, the IoT system IDX sends the input challenge IC to its MC and receives an answer R. It then evaluates and receives the message to ensure its credibility and freshness. The equation for this is this as presented. Then if the authentication fails, Authentication fails if the two are not identical. So there in the equation, we have two portions, left hand side and right hand side. So in step 5, IoT node produces NX randomly and deliver message 5 to the server, where T stands for the current time in this thread and it's used to keep the message fresh. In step 6, the server checks the following phrase first. The equation is rich. The equation fails, authentication fails if equation does not hold correct values. Otherwise, the server calculates the NX using this equation as shown. The server calculates the time difference of the T with present time of the server T star. This assessment is made with the aid of T minus T star, that is if it is greater than the timestamp. Delta T denotes the message anticipated latency. Now the authentication is refused if equation fails the validation. Otherwise, the server verifies using RI, NX and T with this equation. Now in step 7, if above equation holds true, the server generates NY and response message 7 to the node. So if above equation is not hold the value, then the server should reject the authentication request. Then in step 8, the IoT device calculates NY using the following formula. It is then used for RI, NX and NY to verify using this formula. If in this case the authentication fails if the above equation doesn't hold. So in step 9, if the above verification is done, the IoT node enters NX plus NY in MCE function and receives a new pair of IC and R. It finds the response R by calculating RI plus 1. As shown in figure, the machine then deletes all temporary variables such as NX, NY, RI, ICI plus 1 and RI plus 1 and sends the message 9 to the server. In step 10, the server calculates the ICI plus 1 and match the hash value of the equivalent RI
for
plus
the
1.
interruption. Please conclude your presentation.
Okay. I'll just finish the I've finished the algorithm and then I'll jump to the conclusion. Okay. So authentication is denied if the verification fails. If the above equation is true, authentication is complete and the server replaces ICRI with the new MCE pair. So in this, we have done validation, security and performance analysis. So I'm skipping this and because of the time. In the conclusion, we can say like outcome of this authentication protocol of IoT nodes and server, it is lightweight in nature. It uses low battery power, low computation complexity, and the authentication is done with the MCE method. In the described protocol, there is no need to store pre-shared secret key on IoT node. So we can say it is memory efficient also. So most of the operations used in the protocol are hash function and XOR function. Hash function is one-way function. So if the attacker intercepts the message in between the communication, it is still impossible to retrieve the original value of the response. So this is all I can say. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor Zubair, for your paper presentation. In case if anyone has any question to put forward. All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I would like to call upon paper ID 424, paper title, Wireless Stepper Motor Control Using RF Communication. We have presenters A. Menika for this paper. Are you here, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, we are able to see your screen, and please open up your camera as well.
I'm having trouble switching on my video, ma'am.
Yes, we are able to see you now. Kindly please adhere to the timelines also.
Yeah, ma'am, sure, ma'am.
Okay.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Menaka A, a final year student in the Department of EC, College of Engineering, Guindy, Anna University. And today I'll be talking about wireless stepper motor control using RF communication. Um, to start with, stepper motors find lots of application in PC peripherals, mechanical tools, and robotics, especially in robotics and process control like silicon handling. It is important to control the stepper engine from remote spots. So this project is to control the stepper engine from a remote spot utilizing RF modules. So this deals with the design and development of hardware and software for wireless control of stepper motor. And looking into the components, we have our stepper motor, which is an engine that is intended to make the strides instead of basically pivoting quickly the applied power. It is regularly utilized in various applications to DC or brushless DC engines. And stepper motors are portrayed as electric engines without commutators. Next, we have our stepper motor driver. ULN 2003 is a solid high current and high voltage Darlington type semiconductor exhibit. As we can see in the IC, nails 1 to 7 to the left side are for the information channels, and pins 1 to 7 on the right side are for the result channel, and pins 8 and 9 are for the ground pin and the common place freewheeling diodes. Next, we have our Arduino microcontroller. As we all know, it highlights abilities particularly connect with the PC and microcontroller. The microcontroller has UART, TTL sequential correspondence, that is transmitter and receiver. One can involve any computerized pin for sequential correspondence by utilizing the programming sequential library. Next, we have our RF modules. So, radio recurrence transmitter for a minimal expense and long reach is utilized to help this sort of framework. Hence, STT 433 MHz RF transmitter is set for communicating the sign. When it comes to the receiver, we use its corresponding STR 433 MHz receiver, which is entirely reasonable for the short reach controller application. Looking to into the principle, we have our the RF modules utilized here are STT 433 MHz transmitter, its corresponding receiver, HT640 RF encoder, and HT648 RF decoder. So the encoder persistently peruses the situation with the switches, passes the information to the RF transmitter, and the transmitter communicates the information. At the less than desirable end, the RF beneficiary gets this information, gives it to the RF decoder. So this decoder changes over the single piece of information into 8-bit information and presents it to the microcontroller. It is the occupation of the regulator to peruse the information and play out the comparing activity. That is, to turn the stepper engine clockwise, anti-clockwise, or altogether just stop it. And LCD is given at the beneficiary side to show the situation with the stepper engine. Also, to make it agreeable such that everybody can utilize it, we make use of a graphical user interface. In this GUI, we have incorporated every one of the four capacities: accelerate, speed down, clockwise, and hostile to clockwise of our task. Additionally, four LEDs are set on the collector end. So at whatever point we click the accelerate button, with the expansion and the movement of the stepper engine, the LEDs likewise begin to squinting quick. Conclusion. This undertaking has been portrayed in four sections: the stepper engine, RF module, the Arduino Uno, and the stepper engine driver. RF modules are used to control the speed of the stepper motor remotely. LabVIEW based GUI procedure is utilized to control the engine and to lessen the cost to execute and make the control easy to use. Future works, advancements can be done to run the engine at various burdens relying upon the necessities required. Also, we can make it usable for more than one stepper engine, or we can make a computerized show that can show the speed of the engine. After the expansion of the advanced showcase, one can see the genuine speed of the engine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Any questions? Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Menaka. Moving further, I would like to call upon paper ID 317. Paper title?
Yes, ma'am.
Doctor Finder an appointment booking website using DGAN PGO. Presented by Deepak Singh. Deepak, you will be presenting this paper.
Yes, yes.
Okay. You can share your screen.
Is it visible?
Yes, please. open up your camera. Okay, we are able to see you, and if possible, make it on full screen.
Yes, ma'am. So, myself, Deepak Singh, I am a student of Electronics and Communication branch from Galgotia University, and the topic of my presentation is Dr. Feidner and appointment booking website using Designgo. So these are the things which I am going to cover. The table of content look like it consists of introduction, literature review, methodology, technology used, advantages and application, future scope, and the conclusion, and later on the references part. So the basic introduction of the project is as
Deepak,
follows.
you only share your objective, finding, and conclusion, please. You can skip the introduction part.
Okay, okay. So the basic methodology of my project is as follows. Like we are creating a website in which we are having a patient module, doctor module, and the administrator module. In the patient module, we are having the detail of the patient, that whosoever is going to book the appointment with the doctor, and the doctor detail, and along with the doctor detail, we are sharing the location also, that at which location which hospital is there. So and these are things will be taken control by the administration part, which we can see in this very thing. In this very slide, we can see that how the which of the information we are taking from the patient side, like the on clicking the start button, we will be getting that which of the doctors are available and their login detail, then registration, and then the location of the each and every hospital, and the individual doctor will be there, and their respective detail we will be getting to know, and the reason of the problem along with the doctor available for the solution. And moving to the next slide, the detail of the doctor which we will be saving, it will be like the doctor's qualification and the type of treatment doctor can provide to the patient. And after that, for every now and then, we need to log in and log out from that very site. Now, how the administration part is going to work, that we need to register, and then managing the user part, and then again and again managing the whole of the website part will be done from the administrator side. So the technology which we are using, that is HTML we have used for the page layout, and CSS has been used for all the design part, and the JavaScript, all the validation task and animation has been developed by the JavaScript, and we have used the Python for all the basic logic has been implemented, and MySQL database has been used as a database for the project, and the Designgo project has been developed over the Designgo framework. And now the various advantages and and the application of this very project are as follows. The reschedule, in this very project, we can reschedule our existing appointment in case of emergency. We need not to knock the door of the hospital for every now and then. We can do it from the comfort of our home only. And the application which we are getting from it, that book doctor from our convenience, and we can manage doctor very easily from this. And the future scope, a payment or a small amount has to be changed to user payment during an appointment in order to avoid fake user. And in this very case, the security of the user has been maintained, and the appointment will be confirmed only in the case when the payment is confirmed, not in the case that we are just telling that appointment is going to confirm, but it hasn't been done. So the conclusion part, like it will be saving the time, as we have used the HTML, CSS, and Django framework. It has made us an interactive website which is easy to use for all the users, and the confirmation of the doctor appointment will be done on the basis of the payment from the user only, and a user can easily access to all the doctors from the comfort of their home only. They need not to worry about their regularly meeting to the doctor and then getting the appointment. So that's all. These are the references for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepak, for your presentation.
Ma'am, I had a couple of simple questions. Could I ask them? Yeah. Actually, I wanted to know if some data could be sent to the doctor using some telemedicine, maybe some emergency data like the pulse rate or the heartbeat, or any sudden fluctuations in the cardiovascular system. So such things, is it possible to send to the doctor instead of just having a communication? Is it also possible to transmit that data? I wanted to know.
It can be transmitted only in the case that if you have already been in contact with that very doctor, and then the doctor will be having the record of your each and every medical concern which he has provided to you. On the basis of that only he can cure you. But if you are a user for the first time, then it will be difficult for him that you are sending all the detail earlier. You need to meet him for that. It's just a part that we are booking in a appointment for the very.
Okay, so you don't have any handheld device or something which is worn on the body which will send the data to the doctor. You don't have anything like that. Okay. Right, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next paper presentation is for ID number 466, and the paper title is Privacy Preservation Using Blockchain for Credit Card Data. Who is going to present this paper? We have Bhavna, Swati, Aruna, Amit, Shiva. Any presenters available for this paper? Okay, next presentation we have is for paper ID 468. Paper title is Deep Learning Based Patient Friendly Clinical Expert Recommendation Framework. We have Akhilesh Kumar as recommended presenter for this paper. Any presenter available for paper ID 466 or 468? Anyone? Since we do not have presenters for this calls for an end of the session. I would like to thank every one of you for joining for today's virtually IEEE sponsored conference for this session. And I request Professor Prateek Chaturvedi to kindly give the closing remarks.
Yes, good evening, ma'am. And on behalf of Conference Program Committee, Organizing Committee, I thank to all the participants and the organizing team, to the NOC, and to the IT support. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you everyone for joining. Have a good day.
I'll request IT team to please close the session.
I have Ritika, I have received your chat message. Are you in a condition to present now?
No, postpone it for tomorrow.
Okay. So Ritika, you can contact with the concerned person, coordinators for the conference, and you can reschedule your presentation for tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay, thank you everyone.
I'll request IT support to please close the session.